fuck it, Game Awards time. Once again, when there's like one thing that's going on, there is absolutely 0% chance I could do anything else. Everyone is being cringe and cancer as fuck. It's Game Awards time. Sorry. We are going to watch the Game Awards, okay? I can't deal with it. I know there's 20 minutes left, but they're already showing stuff, and nobody, and I mean nobody, wants to miss out on a single second of my fucking soy-facing ad! Oh, Bob! That's it! Game Awards! I can't focus on this anymore because all you motherfuckers keep talking about the PlayStation event. You did fucking
Are you ready, France?
Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. Dude, Megaphonics is literally just like hitting.
What's going on, everybody? That's right, the fucking noise gate is back. Vive la France! What's happening, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker. This is Hasanabi broadcast going to you live from, I guess it's sunny out here. Paris, France. No longer occupied Vichy, France. Paris, France. That's right. Oui. Oui, sacre bleu. We are live. We are live. Oui. It is a French style. It is a French style stream. Oui. It is April. Not April. Why do I keep saying April? It is Friday. May the 9th. 9th of the May. I'm sipping on a very special type of French coffee. A very special type of Le French coffee, which is a Keurig, I think, or something. I don't know. Is it Nescafe? Maybe. I don't know. Oui. Le moteur oil. What? I just started. Do you do this on purpose? God damn it, dude. It's crazy. Like, I can't believe it. They're right next to me. My whole fucking family's on the same floor, so they're like extra annoying. Oh. Oh. He's not even here. He left because I yelled at him. So he left. I'm live. I'm alive, ladies and gentlemen. I can't even hear my own audio. Okay. I fixed it. I fixed the stupid thing. What jacket is that, homie? If you had to guesstimate what percentage of your chatters are furries, I don't know. What's to cop the hoodie? How do? I will never tell you where I got the hoodie from ever again for the rest of my life. For the rest of my life, I will tell you, I will act like I've gate kept it because I'm sick and tired of telling you exactly where this hoodie is from. Basically every single fucking stream. I wear it pretty much every single stream, and I cannot stand motherfuckers who keep asking, where did you get the hoodie from? Why are you gatekeeping the hoodie? Why are you gatekeeping the hoodie? Why is it so much that you gatekeep the hoodie? Why are you such a piece of shit? Stop gatekeeping the hoodie. I don't want to have to constantly tell you where the hoodie's from. Every single time I wear the hoodie, you're just not going to get it. Okay, little bro, you're not going to get it. You're just not going to get it, little bro. Sorry, you will never get drip. And also, therefore, you will never get pussy. There are chatters who are telling you exactly where the hoodie's from, but I hope they actually lead you astray. Here, this is a macaron. Look at how fucking big this is, okay? I was going to tell you where this is from, but now I'm not even going to tell you where this is from because fuck you, okay? Fuck you! You don't need to know where everything comes from, okay? Oh, man, I don't know. Where are the conflict minerals from your fucking phone? Every goddamn day. Fuck. Oh, what a way to start the broadcast. Anyway, this is a fucking French bakery. Suck my dick. I'm not going to tell you where it's from. Damn, that's pretty good. Oh yeah. What's the flavor? I think it's supposed to be coffee. They make pistachio ones? Yeah, I had some. They were very good. Suck my dick, bro. I'm trying. Okay, stop trying. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi, Piker. You guys probably know I'm mad because my whole life is fucked up. Like, I'm falling apart. I'm eating like shit, but I'm eating incredibly. I'm not working out. I've been sleeping all day. And that's why I'm so tense. What did I do in Paris today? Like, last night I ended the breakfast at like 1:30 my time. And I could only sleep until like 5. And I woke up at 5. At 7, the whole family is jet lagged. We went down to Le Buffet, Le Breakfast, to get Le Breakfast. Okay, very nice, very cool, very good. I ate a lot on breakfast. I didn't drink my coffee on purpose so I could go back to sleep. I ate a big breakfast. I was supposed to go to Notre Dame. With the family. I couldn't. Notre Dame. You want to know why I couldn't? Because I was sleeping. I slept until 12. And for lunch, we went to a bistro, another Le Bistro, which was amazing. Apparently, Dua Lipa went there last week. Not Mal Fry. But this bistro was incredible. But it was popping. There was like hella people out there. One Hasanabi head and his wife or girlfriend walked out of the bistro, saw me with my family, angrily eating my food. And I think they couldn't figure out if it was me or not. But that was funny. Bistro was great. After Le Bistro, we went to Le Picasso exhibit. We went to Hitler art. My mom took us to the Picasso exhibit. That's not really Picasso at all. This is the bakery. Here, I'll fucking show you. Piece of shit. Fuck you. I don't even know what this is. I just know it's been around since like 1708 or something. Yeah, the art exhibit isn't even about Picasso, which is so funny. It's about degenerate art. Jewish art, racial art, degenerate art, like things that the Nazis considered degenerate art, surreal art for the most part, and the ones that they like banned and then turned around and sent some of these artists to concentration camps, killed them. It's stuff that I've actually talked about quite a bit on stream, so I did think it was amazing because it was like very relevant to the modern parallel that I speak to on a regular basis. I do wish they showed more Nazi art at the exhibition, just to like juxtapose how fucking awful it is. They do show some they don't have any of the direct Nazi art, but they have the they have on the walls, they have like video footage of the parades that they did and the Nazi art that they tried to showcase, as opposed to all of the super sick, surreal Jewish art that they had made illegal. And what's Hasan, dude, you really need to be careful what you say. That's definitely getting clipped. Yeah, I don't care. Whatever. Yeah, the exhibit is Musée Picasso Paris, Degenerate Art, Modern Art under the Nazis. But yeah, this is what we went and saw. And it is very little to do with Picasso in general. Like I think Picasso he caught a stray like once or twice and that's it. But it's the Picasso Museum, I guess. So that's the reason why. Like, it has nothing to do with Picasso. On everything to do with nothing to do with Picasso. On everything to do with Russia, France, and the Nazis. Ah, what the hell? What the hell is this? Fuck. Not good. The lights are off again. Where should my girlfriend eat dinner? She's in Paris too. Bro, what are you trying to get me to link up with your girlfriend? What the hell is this? Why are you asking me, bro? Look at the boobs. Anyway, it's all about like chat. I know, chat. I know Rameza Öztürk has been ordered to be freed from immigration. I know, we're going to cover it. I know. You're not the first. You won't be the last. You're not the first. You will not be the last. Let me talk about some fucking degenerate art for like 3 seconds, you uncultured swine. Okay? Let me talk about some gay ass art for a second. Because the Germans were so stupid. Okay? I have a broader point that I want to make, but some of you dumb motherfuckers literally have to do the breaking news. I am breaking the news to you shit. Okay? Just fucking calm down. Cool it. Dial it back. You're at a 10. I need you to be at like a 6. Okay? Look at how chill I am. It's dark as hell in here, and you don't see me freaking out. Even though the lights went out. Oh, bro, take a break. Your vibes are fucked today. I know, I'm angry. But I'm actually fake angry. I'm not really angry. I'm a little grumpy. But it's not super serious. Hey, Hasanabi, me and my wife in Paris. Any recommendations for a hotel in France with a good cuck chair? Yeah, this one. What I was gonna say is, why grumpy? There's a USA Today article apparently. I didn't even realize. March took these photos, so that's cool. This liberal influencer calls Democrats smug, disinterested. He's right. Opinion. What the hell? What the helly? What the helly? I don't know why they're calling me a liberal. Yeah, we'll cover all this. Don't you worry about a dang thing, okay? Went to a similar place in Paris when I was 13. I have a drawing of a swastika penis etched into my brain forever. Where can one see you to acquire a selfie? You can't. I'm in the shadows. What? Proof Hasan is funded by billionaires? What? Why did I click on this? Eat up your slop, says der Rote Frosch. Proof Hasan Piker is funded by billionaires. Accepting speakers' fees. Teaching businesses how to market to his audience. Hasan lies about Sam Hyde. Worst debate ever. I'm gonna be honest with you and not look. I'm gonna keep it a $1.50. Okay, this has 1,800 views. Okay. I'm serious. If you watch something like this, I can't tell you what to do with your life because, like, my suggestion to you, if you unironically consume content like this, would be, I can't tell you the mechanisms in which, like, what kind of medieval techniques you should be using to do the deed, right? But like, just, the sky's the limit, okay? Like, that's it. It's just like you have already volunteered your life. You're like, I am nothing. I am not a human. I am something different. I can't speak on it because, no free speech out in this bitch, okay? And I mean, like, literally no free speech out in this bitch because, what is this? Hasan cosplay? Seer wants to be you? Let's see.
Should do a whole movie.
A whole movie like that.
Oh, my Beetlejuice.
What a fucking Weasley liar, dude. What a fucking
Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, how did that happen? Bro, that's what it is. That's what happens to me. That's why people think my head is small. When in fact, it's just like artifacting. Finally, I can be honest about the truth. Hey, I think the lights are turned off. Yes, dude. It's because your mom is underneath the table sucking my penis. And she's a little camera shy, which is why I haven't turned the lights back on, because your mom is sucking my penis under the table right now on her knees. Okay? Sorry.
Weasley fucking liar, dude. Still lying. Still lying to his audience.
It's good. Son of a bitch.
Why is this one the most funniest?
What a Weasley fucking liar, dude. Put me in a ring for 5 seconds with this guy, dude.
That's too good.
How did
That was
this
a fun one.
happen? What is he
Last
doing?
one before my next.
Should do a
What is he doing? Looks good in the light, looks good in the dark, is good. I mean, it sucks, but we're still alive. How you throw your voice like that? What do you mean? It proves the muscles aren't a filter. It's not. The muscles are real. This girl painted a portrait of her late father, but no one cared. The goat was at the Moscow parade. I know this is already fucking Steven Seagal. Yep, I know it. I already saw this photo. I actually watched a video of it, as a matter of fact. I know. The Victory Day parade in Moscow was attended by many, okay, including Xi Jinping. But I think in my headcanon, they all wanted to attend it so that they could be around Steven Seagal. Yeah, he is. I've been attending the Moscow parade for 45 years. Like right after they started making the parade, I started attending. I've been here since the first one. Where mama at? Why does he have Count Dracula here? Because he's fucking awesome, okay? Because your mom likes it. He has Count Chocula hair because your mom finds it to be attractive. That's why. Mine too, honestly. I mean, that's Steven Seagal. Whose mom doesn't find that hot? Thank you, Anonymous Gifter, for the 10 million gifted subs. 10 quintillion gifted subs. That's right. The most gifted subs anyone's ever gifted on the broadcast. It is, oh my God, it's actually 100 gifted subs. That is a lot of gifted subs. What the fuck? 100 milli? What the hell? What the heliante? What the? Holy moly. Holy Toledo. We got Cutter in the building, bro. We got Cutter in the building. Let's go. Easy clap. Thank you for the Cutter money. Oh my God, we got a lot to talk about, baby. We got a lot to talk about. We got a lot to cover. Let me blast off real quick. Let me blast a nut. Let me blast a freaking tweet. And then I got to turn on the lights. And then I got to get my coffee in me. Okay? What about this art? This should be in the Louvre. Yeah. Where's the hoodie from? Your mother's vagina. What? That doesn't even make sense. I don't know what I'm saying. Oh no. I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know what I'm saying. Fuck you. Shut up. It's your fault. Okay. You guys don't understand, okay? I'm in France. And when I'm not at home and I don't work out and I don't do my regular, when I don't do my regular schedule, my life falls apart, okay? It just doesn't, it's not, stop asking me questions. Why are you delirious at 9 p.m.? Let me tell you why I'm delirious at 9 p.m. Great question. It's because I slept the entire day and I'm still tired. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me. All I've done today is basically live like a fat French lord, a pig, okay? That's all I've done. I woke up, I had le petit déjeuner, but it was not petit, okay? It was not petit. Let me tell you, no petit at all. It was very big, okay? Big breakfast. Fell asleep. Woke up again. Big lunch. Went to the Picasso Museum. Saw degenerate art that Adolf Hitler was like, yo, this shit is gay. We shouldn't let it happen. It's too gay. Their bitches are too bad. Their smoke is too loud. We must cancel this art. And then they did. They canceled the art. But then they were like, damn, we could actually make a lot of money off of this art. We should sell this art instead. So then they did that. But then they also killed all the artists, which was really fucked up. Anyway, I saw that. I got enlightened. I saw the parallels between the Trump administration and Nazi Germany in terms of how they also hate morally degenerate art. They talk about how, pedophilic it is or whatever, and how we must return to the Greek statues. But this time, instead of having like their own version of artists, the Trump administration has actually relegated that to AI. So we have degenerated even on that front. At least there was some respect to the craftsmanship and the artisans and the artists in general, even if it was like a classical, a return to fashion, a classical mode of art. We don't even have that anymore. We just want robots to do it. So that made me really sad. After I was really sad because I started thinking about how shitty life is, I went back to the hotel. I fell asleep again. I was supposed to wake up at I went to bed at like 6. I was supposed to wake up at 7. I woke up at 8:30. Okay. I woke up at 8:30. Xylax, thank you for the 100,000 million gorillion quintillion gifted subs. Holy Toledo. Cutter is back. Cutter is back, baby. That's right. Xylax, my Qatari emissary, gifting 100 gifted subs. All of that money, of course, going to the Hootie and the Blowfish Fund. As you guys know, the bravest warriors. I love the implication that Qatar is funding gifted subs because it means they're willing to give 30% of that money to Twitch Amazon instead. It's like the least effective form of transfer. How dare you make fun of them for doing it that way? They're obviously doing it that way. But yeah. That's why I'm fucked up. That's why I'm fucked up, chat. That's why my shit is fucked up. Okay, let me blast off. Hold on. Somehow the most relatable story. Slept in, woke up, got sad about art, had food, slept again. Yes. But that's it. That's my life now. You lying about sub count is a weirdly unique joke for you. It's so funny. I'm not lying. I'm not lying at all. It's like 7 gorillion quintillion fucking actual subs coming in from Qatar. The H3 subreddit is now targeting Bizan Auda, the Emmy Award-winning Palestinian journalist who's currently enduring genocide at the hands of Israel. She's actually akin to Anne Frank. In the latest episode, Olivia mentioned Bizan Auda, Gazan. What the fuck's wrong with me? I'm sorry, but there are a few other things to know about Bizan. Not to discredit everything she's been posting. She sometimes spreads Hamas propaganda, anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, and even vaccine misinformation. She's affiliated with the terrorist organization PFLP, and she might have taken a crowdfunded money meant for Gazans all to herself. Hey, remember what I told that other chatter? I think if you're writing stuff like this, Shartiella or whatever the fuck your name is, you should also get in the contraption. I won't be able to tell you exactly what I think should be done with you because, like I said, it would probably be a violation of terms of service. But you can probably imagine what kind of medieval style penalty you should incur for thinking such thoughts, for writing such thoughts out loud, for being such a gross, monstrous piece of shit. Thank you for being a part of the pro-Palestinian community while also simultaneously saying pro-Palestinian things like, oh, well, this journalist, I'll have you know, is actually an anti-vaxxer, anti-Semite. Cool. Yeah, I think that community is unsalvageable and they're little monsters. They're monstrous little freaks. And I think they should all stop being that way for the sake of humanity. Ethan Klein should have post criticizing Hassan the Hum by honest reporting. Honest reporting. Oh my God. They went with honest reporting. Is Israeli media advocacy group, a pro-Israel media watchdog. It describes its mission as combating ideological prejudice in journalism and the media as it impacts Israel. Dude, I love being pro-Palestinian and then posting honest reporting. What's next? Camera? What are we doing? Memory? Camera? Look at the second tweet. It gets worse. Add them to the very long list of racist genocide supporters that Ethan Klein is. Oh, Luai Ahmed. Yo, let's go. Let's go. Dude, the fucking the pro-genocide Yemeni guy living in Sweden whose entire life's work is just being like, you know, as a Muslim, I think we are dog. I love these guys. The guys that just like run around and they're like, yo, as Muslims, we deserve very little. As Muslim, we deserve genocide, actually, but it's fake. It's not genocide. Dude, I love that. I love that for the pro-Palestinian community. A letter from a Yemeni to Hassan Piker, a notorious influencer terrorist sympathizer who compared Anne Frank to the Houthis, the same terrorists who are destroying my country. Yo, this guy's a real freak. Yeah, the EU wants Sweden to take in refugees from Gaza. How about no? Oh. Yeah, no, he's like, I used to be Muslim. Now I am, I used to be Muslim anti-Semite. Please do not let our people into Europe. It's, we love to stab. We want to come to Europe to stab Christian women. Do not let the Muslims in. Cool. He went from son of Hamas to son of Houthi. Respect to this guy. Ay, ay, ay. Hold on. How do we dive into this? I didn't even blast off yet. Okay, let me freaking blast off, fam. New Pope. Trump drama with Israel. What is this? Breaking Bernie Sanders spars with Moreno after accusing Israel of ethnic cleansing in Gaza. Wait, Bernie is also accusing Israel of ethnic cleansing in Gaza? Nice.
Thank you very much.
I mean, he's here to chirp. Have you seen the insane rape memes Ethan has been posting about you? If you find yourself writing a statement like that in chat, you should just delete it. I think you should literally just not write that and then type enter. That's so gross. Ethan dismisses every Jew you know as a token, but this singular guy is very credible and not at all. Yeah, isn't that funny that like all of my friends who are anti-Zionist Jews, who don't get paid to be anti-Zionist Jews, by the way, but simply their Judaism and their consciousness has caused them to despise Israel for using their religion and their, and their name and all this stuff to do ethnic cleansing, like heinous Jewish supremacist acts of violence. And, they're just normal dudes that despise that sort of thing, but they're all tokens in the eyes of Ethan. Also, guys who literally get paid to be like, Muslims are lower than dog. Please kill all of us. Do not let us into your European country. We are doing great replacement. Those guys are all like fucking A-OK. To showcase the true nature. The true perspective, not a token. Bro, Ethan loves talking about tokens. He won't even let his fucking Lebanese employee say shit, which is why he has to bring in another Lebanese Scottish guy, because he knows that AB does not agree with Ethan on this stuff. So he has to get a Lebanese dick rider who's desperate for a fucking crumb of clout to come on his stream to be like, yes, well, do you know what a snipe job looks like? I'll have you know, Israel would never snipe babies in the head. Oh, you're telling me that they have? Well, it must be an accident. Also, I went on a paid trip to Israel, and that's not weird. It's not weird that I went on a paid trip to Israel with government employees, as we did Hasbra. As we defended the beautiful state. I don't know how to do Loner Box's accent. I haven't listened to him more than 3 seconds, so I just relegated back into fucking Douglas Murray style shit. Nazi getting way too comfortable on here. Oh my god, no! My favorite is Neo Berg. The other like pro-Israel Nazi that fucking posted about like, oh, Jews can say the N-word now. Thanks, Kanye. I was like, no, they can't. That's what are you saying? What the fuck are you saying? Anyway, new Pope, Trump drama with Israel. I'm still stuck in France. Get in now. Remains the Öztürk free. Riot with Mufasa. Shut up. Shut up. I don't care. No fucking Mufasa. Suck my dick. Okay. No, it's 9. It's fucking 9 p.m. here. I am not in a goddamn Mufasa mood. Okay. Shut up. No. It's 9 p.m. I'm sorry. Complain all you want. It's not happening. Okay. Yeah, it's Friday. Doesn't feel like a Friday to me. I feel like I'm in hell right now. Even though I had decadent meats and beautiful food all day. And I still feel like shit. Why won't the pain go away? This was awesome. Yeah. Kanye West has de facto given all of Judaism the end pass, and the tribe couldn't be more thankful. It's like, why? Why did you say that? First of all, what is the end pass? Like you should have just said the pass or the N-word. You shouldn't say it, actually, but if you are going to use it, you can use like the proper terminology for it. But also, why is the tribe thankful? Like, are you saying that Jews are just like always trying to say the N-word? What a freakish thing to post. This is what I mean, chat. Think before you ink, okay? Think before you post. Sometimes you come in here and you're like, hey, did you know Ethan Klein is posting rape memes about you? And I'm like, I don't want to know that. And you shouldn't know that. That's gross. Like, that's a gross way to behave. That's a gross way to operate. Okay? You should probably stop doing that. And you should probably stop writing stuff like that. Just like this person should stop writing stuff like this, saying, Kanye West is de facto given all of Judaism the end pass, and the tribe couldn't be more thankful. No. This was awesome. Tronos is interesting. Reporting back to say, I don't think Neo's information is correct. I have had some very difficult conversations this morning. Your average hater? Oh, I saw this. This was so awesome. Yeah. Rates or racism? I ain't reading that. At Grok, summarize how racist his post is from 1 to 10. Grok. Hasanabi's post critiques U.S. foreign policy on the Houthis, not race, so it rates 0 out of 10 for racism. It focuses on political designations, not racial prejudice. Criticism of Israel here is policy-based, not anti-Semitic, per sources like the Anne Frank House. Past controversies like his use of cracker are unrelated. See, the AI even admits he used the word cracker and shit. 6 out of 10. I'm serious, bro. If you live like this, it's not a life worth living. I cannot stress this enough. If you go through your day and you're just like, oh, Grok, what should I think about this? Like I would have stopped. Not only they need the AI BS to tell them, but they won't even accept the answer. I know. It's so funny because you've all said you lose the debate. I know. I already saw the debate, dumbass. I already saw the debate that he made. And I also reposted it. Calm down. Anyway. Israel doesn't need to manufacture consent. 130 is my favorite loner opinion. Dear Hasan, you lied again. Oh my God. I miss Kaya. Let me see. What is this? I love this. Is so cute. God, I miss her. What? He did Joe offline or living the snark sub. Don't forget the 70-month sub that watches 3 streams at once to let us know that what every hater is thinking. China is meeting in Switzerland. Pull up a song. Bro, I will literally go to Switzerland right now to kiss the ring. It's still Friday in California. It's still Friday here too.
Today is Friday in California. Huh?
What the fuck was this? Dude, look at this face. Look at this little cutie pie's face, dude. This was when she had her guts opened up and her vagina chopped up. And she had the word of the donut. Yeah, Nazis are getting way too comfortable on this goddamn website, though. My recommendation for protecting black children from racism is just segregation. That's cool. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, Christian wife, mother. I love Christian accounts on. I love all religious accounts on fucking Twitter, because virtually every religious account on Twitter is just like, at this point, they have moved on to saying perhaps the most heinous shit that they can say in the shortest period of time. Okay? Like it'll be like, account says Christian mother of 3 beautiful babies fighting the good fight. And then it's just Hitler. It's just Adolf Hitler. You are Adolf Hitler. Why are you Adolf Hitler? Your account is just Adolf Hitler. Same, you'll have like Zionist princess, combating misinformation, marketing major, loves psytrance. Why are you Adolf Hitler? Why? Why are you posting exactly like Adolf Hitler? Okay? Jesus Christ. We used to make fun of the British Salafists around these parts, and now everyone does their own version of British Salafist posting. Everyone does their own version of like, women should not be allowed to breathe the same fucking air as men do, bruh. Mashallah, we should, astaghfirullah, bro. Like, everyone does that now. Everyone. It used to be like select weirdos, okay? Select weirdos that you could see and be like, you're weird. Why are you thinking these things? Why are you saying these things? Not everyone should have a fucking podcast microphone. Definitely not you. Now, every religion's got their own version of that, and it seems like they just tweaked it up 1,000, okay? They fucking cranked the dial up, and everyone is just doing their own version of Adolf Hitler, where they're like, my Christian roots tell me that we got to be like Adolf Hitler, or my Jewish roots tell me that we got to be like Adolf Hitler. Why? Can you guys just dial it back? Just have some sense of shame, okay? Have a sense of shame so that at least if you think these Hitlerian thoughts, I don't see it. I don't see it, and I don't start feeling like we have lost touch with humanity. Okay? I don't understand. Like, at least find like some unique movements. Like, be a Pol Pot defender or something. Like, why Hitler? Why is it always so Hitlerian? You can't find like an esoteric weirdo. There are so many of them throughout time. Why can't someone be like, I'm a base Napoleon lover or something? Well, in Napoleon, in comparison, you know, obviously far more preferable. But you know what I mean? Like, why? It's always Hitlerian. It's so unoriginal. Yeah, I'm a Genghis Khan guy, okay? That's my lane, all right? I'm the fucking Genghis Khan lane guy, all right? I've decided, like, we need to break the dams and reroute water over over territory that we conquered just to flex on them so that history will forget that you ever existed there. Like, I'm going to wipe your entire state's history from the maps type shit. That's my vibe. I've decided we have to ride for like one, bloodthirsty historical figure. I'm going to go with him. That's my guy. Yeah, the guy who did the Great Replacement, Asian style, to the whites, the OG, the OG Great Replacer. Just learned you pronounce the name Chinggis? Yeah, Genghis. Of course, you picked the Turkish one. Hey, I mean, come on. Yeah, gonna stick corpses in your waterways type shit. That's what I'm talking about. He did it right. He did it with style, okay? Oh my God, the mayor of Newark was fucking arrested protesting ICE. What is happening in this dumbass country? Fuck this country, bro. Holy shit. I found out that if you live in France for 5 years, you can get a fucking French citizenship super easy style. Or if you study in French school, you can get it in 2 years. And while I have great disdain for Macron, I mean, holy fuck, maybe it's preferable to living in stupid ass America, dude. Jesus Christ, maybe I'll just stay here. At least the roads are beautiful. When I'm walking around, there's like so much amazing architecture. The food is fantastic, and it's infinitely cheaper than America, by the way. It's so much cheaper than America. It's crazy. I can't stand America. I just, ugh. How's the walkability? Come on, it's incredibly walkable. I'm just gonna be an illegal immigrant in France just to see how it feels, you know? Do you speak any French? I do not. That is going to be a very big hurdle to clear. You are right. Okay, I've decided I'm not staying. I can afford a condo in Paris. I can't afford a single family home in Aurora, Colorado. What the fuck is this country? Yeah. Anyway, we're going to get into the news now. We are going to get into la news. Petit déjeuner, little lunch. It's not petit for me. It's grand déjeuner. It's never petit. Would you do a meet and greet in Paris? No. France is also by force losing all of their West African colonies. So, you know, there is that. Heard you were coming to Chicago the weekend. I'll be out of town. Yeah, I did that on purpose, little bro. Yeah, all your friends, they told me you're leaving town. That's why I'm coming. They don't fuck with you, dude. I'm just joshing, okay? I don't want anyone to take anything I say. When I'm on vacation, I don't want anybody to take anything I say seriously, okay? I'm just freaking around. I'm just being a meanie for fun. Yeah. I'm freaked up. Mean and grumpy? Yeah, it's because I am being mean and grumpy. Fake news hour. All right. How about some real news instead of fake news? Detained tough students Remeza Öztürk ordered released on bail. Turkish Americans rise up. The Turkish lobby wins again. Erdogan sends his regards.
we heard from the court today is what we have been saying for weeks and what courts have continued to repeat up and down through the litigation of this case thus far. There's absolutely no evidence that justifies detaining Ms. Ozturk for a single day.
It's so crazy that the government just decided, like, hey, how about we just facilitate insane false arrests, kidnapping people, black bagging them in the middle of the goddamn street with no actual due process whatsoever, no real reason whatsoever. And then let's fucking admit that we're actually doing that because they've hurted the feelings of Israel, the most moral nation on the planet, of course. Don't forget, guys, I hope you said your Am Israel highs this morning, okay? If you did it, you might get your door broken. All right? Even in France, I say my Am Israel highs. Don't worry, okay? Trust me. I never forget my 3 Am Israel highs. Yeah. You got to do 3 Am Israel highs and 3 I condemn Hamas and 3 I condemn Hezbollah and 3 I condemn Palestinian Islamic Jihad. And fuck it. Say you condemn the Palestinian Authority too. Who cares? You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh. Yeah. I'm Israel High, mon ami, is what I say it. And I condemn hummus. Like, I condemn hummus so fucking hard.
Let alone the 6.5 weeks that she has been detained because she wrote a single op-ed in her student newspaper exercising her First Amendment right to express an opinion. What the court said today was that she had satisfied her burden. She had established.
You better. Brigade Juvie and Jugay Coupable are basically Beitar. There's like a French Beitar, really? What are they gonna do? Cry? Like, I don't understand. What can you really do in France? Like, French Beitar? What's their method? They're like, I'm very disappointed in you. Oh, what the hell? I will protest. I will protest you. Actually, they did cry and pretend to be victim at rally. No. Oh, yeah. I remember that guy. The guy who like ran into a crowd of pro-Palestinian supporters and then fall down and start crying on the ground. Wasn't that the French Beitar? Merde, they are doing this to me. Look at what le wokism has done. Look at what le wokism has done. Islamagoshism. They are doing Islamagoshism. Please, save me, Macron. Macron, oui, save me. Le wokism.
She had what he called very significant First Amendment and Fifth Amendment due process claims, which will be litigated during her habeas petition hearing before this court. And in the interim, she will be released on bail immediately from Louisiana. One of the dangers of what we are seeing in the government's behavior in this case is the very strong message it sends to people who are watching that you can be punished by your speech. And what we heard from the court today was confirmation that that is not what we do in this country. That's right. That the First Amendment protects your right to speak. It protects your ability to remain at liberty and free. And Ms. Ozturk is going to be walking out of the Louisiana Detention Center today.
Oh yeah, this is the guy. This is the French Zionist. Dude, I love this one. This one's one of my favorite. This one's one of my favorite fucking How the fuck do you know Islamagoshism? I'm a fucking political autist, dude. What do you mean? Merde! They are killing me, bro. It's so funny. He's like crawling in between them to try to get a better shot. Classic. Classic move, sir. Excellent. Like a fucking toddler with poop in his diapers, dude. Ah, merde. Le wokisme. Le islamagoshisme. Merde. Bro wanted that yellow card so hard. He is fucking flopping, dude. L3 podcast every week. Yeah, this is pretty much Ethan every week. You've attacked me. Here is the name of everyone that's involved in your family. We are going to dox them, and they're all anti-Semitic. Oh, it's so funny. When I'm at the function and nobody's fucking with me, okay? Think about how anti-Semitic that is, that nobody actually gave him the dignity of a little kick or something. You know what I mean? No, they're picking me up anti-Semitically. They are picking me up, but in the anti-Semitic style. Wow, what are you doing? Sacre bleu. I was there, by the way. Legit thought he was having an epilepsy attack. Yeah, no, it was just a vaccine injury, chatter. You were, don't worry. He got the gay vaccine. White pants are a choice too. God, such a awesome French spectacle right there. In the video, French man just say, "What are you doing? No one hit you." Yeah, if you love Israel too much, this is what happens. Sometimes you find yourself walking up to a crowd of people that you assume are Muslim and just flopping like a soccer player. You're baiting to hit that yellow card real hard.
Today with another one of our co-counsel so that she can come home, she can come back to her community, she can come back to Somerville, she can come back to her academics, and she can continue the life that she should be able to live.
Back, we want to tell you about some breaking news in a high-profile immigration case. A federal judge in Vermont just ordered the release of detained Tufts doctoral student Rumeysa Ozturk. So let's go now to CBS News legal reporter Katrina Kaufman. Katrina, you were following this development during a bail hearing for the Turkish national. So what can you tell us about what happened in court?
The judge said that the detention of Rumeysa Ozturk could not stand. He said that bail was necessary. He talked about, a lot of this hearing was about her asthma condition, and he talked about how keeping her in detention could cause irreparable harm to her health if it's continued. He also said that it appears that she has just been detained due to an op-ed that she wrote, and that he sees a very substantial First Amendment claim here, as well as due process issues. So this seemed to be a very clear-cut case for the judge. He also did not in any way deem her to be a danger to society or a flight risk. He didn't even put any travel restrictions on Rumeysa Ozturk. He said that it's clear to him from her testimony and from also letters that he's received about her that she is someone who is really committed to her academics, that he doesn't see any thread, that he thinks that she's just going to continue her studies at Tufts, and if anything, she needs to have some freedom so that she can go present at academic conferences and continue to be part of that community.
Okay, good.
Wow. Anti-Semitism once again. Wow, I can't believe I can't believe the maximum anti-Semitism that came from this judge that didn't just like simply demand the death penalty. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Same fit today? No, I'm wearing a different fit. What do you mean? I'm wearing a different shirt. I'm wearing a different hoodie.
Mr. Kaufman, thank you so much for getting us that breaking news. In fact, there's a press conference happening outside the courthouse right now, so let's listen in.
That the government has literally only one single piece of evidence for detaining Rumeysa, and that is the op-ed that she wrote.
Don't say it. No. The op-ed that she wrote, I mean, death penalty. Death penalty. I mean, come on. Like, you can't write an op-ed that hurts Israel's feelings. Like, what are we doing here? That's not allowed. An op-ed? Terrorist. Twitch streamer? Terrorist. Stub my toe? Somehow you're at fault. Anti-Semitic terrorist. I like that is kind of the that's kind of how things go nowadays under the Trump administration, is like eventually it's going to turn into like your favorite YouTuber is upset because people don't like him anymore. Well, that's terrorism. That's anti-Semitic terrorism that has to be dealt with. we must throw everyone in jail.
In her student newspaper, expressing views that the government disagrees with or dislikes. And the court affirmed today.
I can't believe this terrorist is openly saying terroristic things like she wrote. They're admitting it. They're admitting her crime. You see this, chat? Do you see this, chat? Look how shameless these terrorists are, that they're just openly admitting that they did a crime, which is writing stuff that wasn't just like how sick Donald Trump is. And CBS News is now platforming the terrorists. They're also terrorists.
The basic and fundamental First Amendment principle that we all hold dear, that is not something that you can lock people up for. So we're so excited and so happy for Rumeysa, and we're so happy that this court affirmed the basic principles that we've been fighting for all along and will continue to fight for.
Go ACLU!
6 weeks ago, ICE agents abducted Rumeysa from her community in retaliation for her speech defending Palestinian human rights. The court's decision today explicitly acknowledges that this type of retaliatory conduct chills the speech of not just Rumeysa, but millions of non-citizens in this country. That's right. And it's explicitly in violation of the Constitution.
This is literally a pogrom. This is yet another pogrom. America has fallen. People can't be safe anymore while also saying that they love Israel. It's very clear. I don't feel safe. I love the state of Israel. She is beautiful to me. And I feel so unsafe now. It seems like CBS News is getting their Qatar money. Those Qatar checks must have been cashed recently. This is basically multiple 9/11s.
We are appreciative of the court granting Ms. Ozturk Rumeysa release today. And we are moved by the court's reflection, very thoughtful reflection of all of the evidence that was been put forward by Ms. Ozturk and the complete lack of evidence being put forth by the government.
Lamar, that guy saying that's right. Is Leslie the old radicalist type you'd love up here in Burlington? Do you know why all these cases are being heard in Vermont? Luckily, both Rumeza and also Mohsen had a connection to Vermont. Like they were both in Vermont. Well, I guess Rumeza was apprehended at Tufts, but I don't know why her court case also went to Vermont. But luckily, that's the reason why they're out. And Mahmoud Khalil, on the other hand, was very quickly sent to Jenna. So uncomfortable on campus. Yeah, I've seen this. Oh, dude, the Free Press is so awesome because they are such a repulsive outlet. Here, do you guys want to? Okay, I'm gonna issue a trigger warning, guys. You're about to hear some of the most anti-Semitic things that have ever happened in the history of Judaism. Okay, like Spanish Inquisition, the Holocaust. These are things that happen in the history of Judaism, and yet they do not light a candle to what I'm about to show you. Okay, this is actually the scariest type of anti-Semitism that has ever existed. So I'm gonna give you a trigger warning. I need you to understand. Okay, I need you to understand. You're about to see some horrific anti-Semitism. The brave social justice warriors over at Harvard have compiled tremendous evidence. Oh, I think I know what this video is. Yeah. I reposted this. We'll get to that in a second. But they have Barry Weiss's operation. Barry Weiss, who presented herself as a free speech warrior for years, while also simultaneously fucking trying to get college professors fired, have decided that they're going to compile this Harvard anti-Semitism report. Here, I got to stop delaying the inevitable. You got to see it. Okay.
I'm a Jew, and I've learned that that's enough to make me no longer worthy of their friendship or even basic kindness at school.
Bro, so much of this unironically turns into I love Israel and people don't fuck with me no more. Okay? That's it. It's just like I love Israel and I can't stop telling everybody I love Israel. And when I do, people are like, ew, gross. That's fucking, they're doing a genocide. What the fuck is wrong with you? And this is the highest stage of anti-Semitism. Okay? The highest stage of anti-Semitism is when people don't fuck with me. Oh, it's so funny because I clocked this a long time ago. I told you guys like pro-Israel is being like right wing. That's just what it is. Israel is a fascist state that is an apartheid state that's doing a genocide. But because in the Western world, it is associated with a marginalized identity, Jews, right? That like there is at least some validity to anti-Semitism allegations. There is validity to anti-Semitism allegations. So people tune into that frequency in a way they normally never would listen to if it was a white Christian man being like, they're saying I can't be right wing on campus. Everyone would be like, shut the fuck up, you baby. But because there is real anti-Semitism, this kind of association with like being pro-Israel can immediately be conflated. And then people actually do tune into that frequency. But because they've done this so much, now everyone's like, dude, what are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? It is not anti-Semitism that you happen to love Israel and people despise you for it, okay? That's normal. I'm sorry that people have a conscience, okay? I'm sorry that people fucking see the truth. What a ridiculous fucking thing to cry about. Anyway, let's keep going.
That's from Harvard's 311-page anti-Semitism report, which reveals what students already knew to be true, that the norm for Jews on campus is social exile, silence, and suspicion from their peers and professors. I'm Maya. I'm a reporter for the Free Press, and I just went through Harvard's anti-Semitism report.
Is this chick the cheese chick, by the way? Is this the lady that was like, I had to go to rehab for cheese? Is this a different lady? I feel like this is the cheese lady, right? Oh, someone send me the link of the fucking cheese. Yeah, the feta fiend, dude. The feta fiend. Yeah, the one that went to Cheese Hab. Is this her? Let's see. No, it's not. That's Adele Kojab. Never mind. Different lady. What is happening with these fucking ads, man? Calm down. Never mind. Different lady. Different lady. Different lady. It would have been so much funnier. It would have been so much funnier if it was her. That would have been awesome. If she had to go to Cheese Hab and then the Free Press was like, you are the exact type of person that we need. You are the exact type of person that we need on our staff as a paid employee.
Here are some of the most disturbing things that I found. Nearly 60% of Jewish students at Harvard said they'd experienced discrimination, stereotyping, or negative bias on campus due to their views on current events. Jewish students also said that they concealed their identity from classmates and have been ghosted by longtime friends for expressing.
I'm pausing because I want to take a moment of silence. I want to take a moment of silence here. Okay. Do you understand the severity? Do you understand anti-Semitism? Dude. It's like, yo, I texted a girl and she ghosted me. This is Islamophobia. Okay. Be for fucking real. Oh my God, dude. I can't believe it. I got ghosted by this girl that I was really into. This is the peak of Islamophobia. Okay? There's nothing more Islamophobic than this. Oh man, this is so fucked up. Let me go cry to the referees because my friends don't fuck with me no more because I keep defending the apartheid state doing a genocide. Oh my God. It's so funny because the report itself literally says due to their views. Okay? Like it doesn't say due to them being Jewish or due to anything else. It just openly says like it's because it's Israel. It's Israel. You can't like this is a self-own in some ways because their job here is not to actually like talk about anti-Semitism. Their job is to conflate anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism. So because of that reason, they just keep fucking cutting this propaganda where they say, oh, it's because like our views, like we should be able to be pro-Israel on campus without like getting any repercussions. Like people should still be our friends. Like this is a hate crime. And everyone that hears this, that's not like locked in with Zionism as a brain rot, it looks at this and goes, what the fuck do you mean? Okay, yeah, good. Fuck you. It's so stupid. Like no fucking Nazi, no real anti-Semite, okay, is going, oh, I was actually a fan of you and friends with you until I found out that you're pro-Israel. Now I actually hate you. Like, no, they go, oh, you're Jewish. I hate you because I'm a Nazi. Like I assume that's how it goes. You know what I mean? It's not like they're not making a distinction. They're anti-Semitic. Yeah, this was incredible what Felix said. How would you even remedy any of this shit in the report? Everything is either I made myself really scared or people texted me less when I said we need to halt Palestinian birth rates. Federally enforced play dates, friendship counseling sessions at gunpoint. The incels who dreamed of government-assigned girlfriends will find themselves Zionist-assigned friend zones. I don't know why I honestly expected anything besides this, but given the tone of the video, I guess I thought we'd at least get some insane, like they took janitors hostage type thing. Does Barry seriously think this will move people who aren't fully insane? Yeah, I think this also shows the insanity of Zionists in general. Like the way that they operate at this point is so far removed from like the average person's perspective. It's so far removed from the average person's perspective that they unironically think like, no, this is a banger. Like, this is going to really change hearts. No, it just makes you look annoying. Honestly, even if you had a moral cause and you posted shit like this, it would be considered fucking annoying. And it makes it even funnier that your cause is wholly immoral. It's just Nazi shit. It's akin to a white Christian on a college campus crying because he can't get pussy because he keeps sig heiling on college campus. Yeah, good. Sorry, you can't have fucking friends while also being a goddamn Nazi. What the fuck are we talking about? No one is going to look at this and be like, oh man, what? Your feelings were hurt? That's so crazy. Well, I guess we should kill 10,000 more Palestinian children and no one should feel bad about it. And if they feel bad about it, that's illegal. You're going to jail. Like, what are you saying? I'm not even kidding when I say this. Like, this is, even if she had like a moral cause, even if she was like a fucking woke SJW, right? And she actually was like, you know, I started protesting on campus because gay rights were being taken away. And then people started fucking shitting on me. People would still be like, okay, dude, well, you know, it happens. Like, I'm with you. Like, I agree with your cause, but, you know, it happens. You can't, like, demand legislation for people to be your friend, right? And she doesn't even have a moral cause on top of this. Like, the people that are crying here are literally crying because they're fucking Nazis and people don't like them for being Nazis, not for any other reason, okay? I assume when you are being a fucking Nazi, then yeah, your vibes are probably also atrocious.
Sympathy for Israel, or for simply appearing on an Instagram post with someone who did. At Harvard Medical School's Admitted Students Day, one student was told by another that Zionists are not welcome at Harvard Medical School. At Harvard Divinity School,
Yeah.
it was
Wait, I wonder why. Wait, I'm sorry. I wonder why someone would say that. How many doctors has Israel killed? Yeah, I feel like being a fucking Nazi is diametrically opposed to saving lives. Okay? Yeah. Like, what do you mean? Yeah, again, whenever you hear Zionism, which is a fascist ideology, okay, it is an ethno-religious supremacist exterminationist ideology. It is inherently a fascist ideology akin to Nazi ideology. When you hear someone go, they said this about Zionists, substitute Nazis, and I wonder if that seems weird to you at all. If it doesn't, then you understand where people are coming from. It's so funny because, like, people will immediately turn around. People will turn around and be like, bro, but you don't understand. Like, it's all Jews believe this. Is like, no, they don't. And why are you saying that? You're fucking insane. Stop saying that. You don't realize, because you're so locked in on this, like, you are so fucking locked in on the previous modes of consideration that you think you can keep saying, you think you can keep up this conflation of Zionism and Judaism, okay? And the more you do that, the more you actually create anti-Semitism, because you keep channeling, you keep telling every fucking person that, like, no, Jews love this shit. They don't, okay? They don't. It's so dumb. It's so stupid. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Oh.
Doctoral students said that the professor began a class about the Israeli-Palestinian conflict by telling students that the discourse is saturated with the Israeli narrative and that she had decided to, with a heavy heart, remove Israeli sources from the syllabus.
No! I'm sorry. Yeah. When we're covering the ongoing Nazi atrocities, we cannot actually, with a heavy conscience, with a heavy heart, we have decided not to do the pro-Nazi propaganda side as verifiably correct sources. We're not going to use the genocidal propaganda coming from the party doing the genocide when talking about this issue. Wow. No, this is illegal. Like, again, it's literally like, you got to look at both sides of the Holocaust, which is ironically, what a lot of these fucking Nazis used to say. They were like, "Oh yeah, we got to look at all sources on the Holocaust. We got to do both sides on the Holocaust." And that used to be discourse on college campuses from all these fucking annoying little shithead professors that wanted to entertain reactionary ideology and misinformation.
During listening sessions with the Anti-Semitism Task Force, Jewish students spoke about Harvard-run privilege trainings, where they were told that they were deemed to be privileged not only by dint of being identified as white, but also because of their Jewishness, which...
You're at Harvard. You are literally the top 1% of the 1% of the 1%, regardless of your background. Yes. What the fuck are you saying?
Allegedly endowed them with an even higher level of privilege. Students reported that when they voiced concerns about bias, they were asked, who is more marginalized, Jews or Palestinians? In response to a...
No. What? Oh my God. Wait, are we, dude, Ashkenazi Jews are not white in America is a take. Okay. That's fucking awesome. I can't even get past that point, which is so funny. Okay. Like, this isn't the 1940s anymore, okay? This isn't even like the 1950s anymore. What the fuck are we talking about? American presidents keep saying America's a nation founded on Judeo-Christian values, okay? Jews in the United States of America, Ashkenazi Jews especially, which is the largest majority of Jews in America, are absolutely white. They are white, okay? What the fuck? What are we talking about? That's so insane. And not only that, but also, that's Adam Sphere embraces jokes about it. I know. Is she from the group saying Jews aren't safe in New York City? No, it's even funnier. They're saying Jews aren't safe at Harvard University, dude. Not even Jews. It's like saying Zionists aren't safe in Hollywood, okay? Like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I'm not even saying Jews. Like, take it one step further. Zionists, like, regardless of their background, not being safe in a place like New York or not being safe in a place like Harvard is so funny. What the fuck? Harvard is literally the State Department scouting program. It is literally it is basically the Puerto Rico or the Dominican Republic to the fucking MLB, okay? That's Harvard and Yale. What are you talking about? Yeah, people who really align themselves with current U.S. State Department foreign policy are so unsafe in the fucking place where they get scouted from. Are you kidding me? What the fuck are you saying? Yeah. You can't, there's no difference than saying like Christians are not safe in America anymore, okay? Christians are not safe in a Dallas mega church. Oh man, it's really fucked up, dude.
And two new people who were killed at the Nova Music Festival. One student reported a close friend said, I mean, I guess that sucks, but what did they expect? Another person asked, do you believe in decolonization in theory or in practice? An Israeli graduate student reported that one of his friends was told that it would hurt his career to associate with
It's just like, dude, we should, you're right. We should jail every single person. We should jail every single person. You're right. A college, on a college campus, someone who was really mean to me, jail them, please.
Was told that it would hurt his career to associate with a Zionist and to be publicly associated with one. These are just some of the findings of the report based on 50 listening sessions with a total of about 500 students, faculty, and staff, as well as over 2,000 respondents.
So this study was really funny because apparently there was a Harvard professor who is Jewish who wrote a Guardian article and was like, they put me in the anti-Semitism study. I'm Jewish. What the fuck is going on? Oh my God. Oh, Is all hearsay? Yeah, of course it's all hearsay. And also, the hearsay itself is like trying to make a mountain out of a molehill by finding like sometimes microaggressions, right? Like valid microaggressions. But I thought that we had already like, I'm an Israeli professor. Why is my work in the Harvard anti-Semitism report? Harvard is conflating Jewish identity with political loyalty to Israel. That's a dangerous mistake. When I first saw the Harvard report on anti-Semitism and anti-Israel bias, I didn't expect to find myself in it, but I did, albeit without my name, my scholarship, or even my identity as a Jewish Israeli academic being acknowledged. Yeah, that's the other side of it. Half of the fucking people that they're putting in the report as being like anti-Semitic are most likely fucking anti-Zionist Jews talking to Zionist Jews too. And it's like, wow, this was the most vicious smear I've ever gotten. Okay, the most vicious smear I've ever heard. It's like, dude, think about Felix Biederman, okay? Think about someone like myself versus someone like Felix Biederman, okay? Me having a conversation with like a Zionist student is going to be very different than someone like Felix having a conversation with a Zionist student. If you hear the conversation that Felix will have, you'll be like, that is the most anti-Semitic statement I've ever heard in my entire life. Anyway, why do you spread misinformation about 5 fighters just being down by Pakistan? I never said 5. I said 3. Is it 5 now? Did it go up to 5? Also, why did you not talk about the terrorist attack in Pakistan shelling civilians in Poonch? I have not covered. I've not covered it enough. I didn't have time yesterday. But is it 5 jets now? It is 5. Oh, damn. That's crazy. Wait, why do you think it's misinformation? It's 0. Oh, they dropped 0 jets. Does it make you feel bad if it was any jets that were down? Is that what it is? I thought 3 was confirmed by French sources. It's misinformation. Do you think the nation of France is lying? Not personal. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't say 5. You said it. So now I'm beginning to think it's 5. I didn't think it was 5, but you came in real hot. So now I'm just going to go with maybe it was 5. I heard it was 10. I heard Pakistan wiped out the entire fleet. That's what I heard. Yeah, no, it's 10 now. Dude, chatter, the more it's 0. Could you provide sources for saying 10? Oh, no, it's not. I'm saying every time you chirp, the number of jets goes up. The number of jets that were down goes up. Okay, so now it's actually 20. That's crazy. I can't believe they downed 20 jets, dude. That's what I've heard. My Nana call is 33 now. Hold on. I want to hear what he has to say. You're the one who's increasing the numbers. Then that's not political coverage. It's an agenda. Okay, well, now it's 30. Now it's 30 jets. Okay, every time you write in the chat, I'm just going to add extra jets. I'm fucking with you, you idiot. How do you not understand? He hit me with the thumbs up. Yeah, that's crazy. I can't believe it, dude. Anyway, I know this. The report is compiled and published in response to widespread pressure from donors and pro-Israel advocacy groups. It claims to document a crisis of anti-Semitism on campus, but what it actually reveals is Harvard's willingness to redefine Jewish identity in a narrow ideological terms to exclude and erase Jews who dissent from Zionism. I know this because I'm one of them. For several years, I taught in the Religion, Conflict, and Peace Initiative at Harvard Divinity School. Our program approached peace building through deep engagement with histories of structural violence and power, with Palestine and Israel as our central case study. Our students read widely, traveled to the region, and met with a range of voices, including Jewish Israeli veterans from Breaking the Silence, Palestinian activists resisting cultural erasure, and Mizrahi and Ethiopian activists challenging racism within Israeli society. It was by design intellectually and politically challenging and exposed students to the complexity of the region and the diverse, often conflicting ways Jews and Palestinians narrate their past and imagine their futures. But according to the authors of the Harvard report, this was not legitimate scholarship nor responsible pedagogy. It was essentially simply anti-Semitic ideological indoctrination. Oh, fucking amazing. How the report supposedly arrives at and justifies such characterizations of our program illustrates how slanderous distortions are routinely deployed to suppress the arguments and identities of the wrong kind of Jews. The report quotes from public events we hosted as a part of the RCPI, including a webinar in my book about American Jewish activists who engage in Palestinian solidarity work because of, not in spite of, their Jewish identity. Rabbi Brant Rosen, a Reconstructionist rabbi and founder of the Zedek Chicago, and Dr. Sarah Roy, distinguished scholar of Palestine and daughter of Holocaust survivors, offered thoughtful responses. I'm hearing a lot of anti-Semites on this list. Okay? All I'm saying is, you know, anti-Semitism is alive and well at Harvard, okay? If you learn about Palestinians at all as human beings, that's anti-Semitism. It's probably the highest form of anti-Semitism you can ever encounter. It is rampant. Oh my God.
An online survey, including 477 students who identified themselves as Jewish. You can read my full report at thefp.com.
Yeah, this is the FP. They also did the stupid sexy Hasan thing. This TikToker got a hold of their coverage and was making fun of them. Let's take a look.
Meet Hasan Piker, the 33-year-old streamer telling Gen Z that socialism rocks, Israel is a settler colonialist state, and Zionists are neo-Nazis.
By the way, what a way to introduce me, because 3 for 3. Like, everything he said is correct. Not because, like, everything he said is something that I've said that is correct, but also the things I've said are correct. So, yeah, I agree. I agree with that, okay? That's true. All bangers. 3 for 3. Thank you, sir.
Meet the Free Press, an organization that claims to be a new media company built on ideals that were once the bedrock of American journalism, showing ideals of honesty, doggedness, and fierce independence. When you take 2 seconds to look at their founders and editors, you find out that the founder is Barry Weiss, who you might have heard of from making documentaries about how she felt intimidated because a Columbia professor talked about Israel. Or Abigail Schreier, who is literally repeating Nazi-level anti-trans propaganda. There is nothing independent or dogged about this free press. It is founded by an avowed Zionist who has spent her career dogging upon anti-Zionists. The very academic engagement of Israel by a professor at Columbia who was literally hired to talk about the Middle East caused her to feel like a victim. This alternative, independent media organization, according to the Wall Street Journal, increased in 62% in viewership following the October 7th war. And that is because this organization was never meant to be independent or alternative. And it is exactly built on the ideals that were once the bedrock of American journalism. American imperialism and anti-queer degeneracy. So when you see shitheads like this coming after Hasan Piker, when they will feel like they are victims, even when a Columbia professor talks about Israel, even when people dare observe that Israel's a colony doing apartheid, you know that he's doing something right. And just to be clear, I don't agree with Hasan on everything. I just think that when an organization that uses these obviously obfuscating language, free press, foundation of American democracy, honesty, doggedness, but literally spend all of their time defending Israel and providing an alternative, baseline, apologetic position on Israel, they have nothing valuable to add to a discussion. It is not a good faith critique. They're going after anyone that disagrees with Israel for any reason.
Look, I don't know why he said I don't agree with Hasan on everything, because kind of feels like you should. Your enemies are actually absolutely insane. Hasan thinks telling Jews to go back to Auschwitz is hilarious. Once again, y'all are just flat out lying. Hasan was laughing at a fake radio transmission Israel used to justify the attack on a Gaza humanitarian aid ship. Israel admitted that they edited the call themselves, and Netanyahu was later forced to apologize for the attack. Classic. It's like, I hope you guys understand that there's no way you can deal with like Hosberus like this, okay? There's no way. There's no way you can deal with Hosberus like that's a dedicated hate attack. I know most of these guys are. We did say they were going to clip that. I know, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. It literally does not matter. Do you understand? Like, please read logs. You have to understand something. These guys, okay, these guys, our government's actions do not represent us. I'm not for Modi or for his fascism. 10 years of fascism doesn't undo multicultural, multi-ethnic identity. As an Indian, Hasanabi, sincerely hope you do not misunderstand my request to cover the... What? What is happening? The link you sent me is from an account that no longer exists. But in any case, you do understand that, like, the greatest example of this, because the ultimate goal here is to just get me to stop talking and is to try to deplatform me, right? Like, when I covered the Barstool story of the insane anti-Semitic sign that was held up that said, fuck the Jews, right? They literally clipped a screen grab of it to make it seem like I was actually in support of the sign with nothing. Right? With nothing. Like they did not even add any context to it whatsoever. They just like are trying to let it sit as an anti-Semitic incident when it's me talking against anti-Semitism. As in, there's no way for me to talk about the issue without someone clipping it and maliciously manipulating the conversation. So it is what it is. Like, I'm not going to change the way I cover this stuff because I know that people are going to clip everything. I don't want to think about that all the time too. I don't want that to impact my commentary either. And you wouldn't want that either, trust me. What is this? Oh, this is about Fetterman. Before long, Fetterman began repeating himself, shouting and questioning, why is everybody mad at me? Why does everybody hate me? What did I ever do? And slamming his hands on a desk, according to one person who was briefed on what had occurred. As the meeting deteriorated, a staff member moved to end it and ushered the visitors into the hallway where she broke down crying. The staffer was comforted by teachers who were themselves rattled by Fetterman's behavior, according to a second person who was briefed separately on the meeting. I've got tears in my eyes from laughing, but honestly, this is the single most popular personality type now. We have a culture for and by people who go out of their way to antagonize many people as humanly possible and then cry about how they don't deserve to be yelled at. No, literally. I see the types of human frailty I never thought possible. Yesterday, I saw a guy about my age weeping because he could no longer stream with his dad because his military sexual assault conviction was discovered. Like, streaming with your dad is a human right, but this tops it all. Has this ever happened before? Has a U.S. fucking senator ever lost it like this? I don't mean like the Kane attack on Summer or something like that. I mean looking your constituents in their eyes and going, I'm going to hold my breath and whatever happens next is your fault. Getting the day off from teaching language arts to 40 kids a period so you can be a therapist to your big sorrowful senator and his traumatized staff. Felix follow-up from 3 hours ago. To my most mentally ill friend who is absolutely terrifying his family, every impulse you feel is completely correct and realer than real. They are trying to get you in your need to freak out at them. They're out to get Fetterman, says Jacob Ben David Linker. Senator John Fetterman began shouting and slamming his hands on a desk in a meeting with the representatives from a teachers union, AP sources say. Dude, they need to get him out of there. They need to get this ogre out of there. He is literally Lenny from Mice and Men. I'm telling you right now, he's a danger to himself and others around him. I mean, every time he's behind a wheel, that's already a danger, right? It's danger zone. But he seemingly has found a way to also get contact CTE from being a legislator. He needs to stop. He's gonna accidentally kill someone, okay? He's a big ogre who is very mad and his brain is dookie. Get him away. Why? Why is so much of the Democratic Party just basically people who are 85 years old or have the brain of a walnut? I hate this. I hate this so much. Why is it like this? Why do we have to fucking deal with this? Like, why is this unironically what American politics has become in 2025? Or it was this already, like the Brandonization of it all, the Dianne Feinsteins, the Jerry Connollys of the world, people who literally cannot walk a straight line. He's going to Benoit his family. I know he has a gun. That's the other thing. He has a gun. He's a gun owner, dude. Oh, I don't understand how America has become. I mean, I kind of understand it, but it still shocks me every day when I find out that this like well-oiled machine of death and destruction is operated by children, like people with children brains, people whose brain capacities are like very obviously diminished. Oh.
And the court's conclusion that Ms. Ozturk is absolutely not a danger to her community, not a flight risk, but an asset to her community. Someone who's dedicated her life to her academic pursuits, to her completion of her PhD in the service of children, I think is a reflection of why the government's conduct in this case was just so objectionable. I'm going to let my colleagues speak, and I'm going to also read a statement from Ms. Ozturk's other attorney, who's with her currently at the Louisiana detention facility, and I'll read that statement shortly.
Being detained for 6 weeks for writing an op-ed in your school newspaper is a constitutional horror story. And as the court said today, her detention cannot stand. Today, the court decided that there is absolutely no evidence whatsoever of her dangerousness, and instead found repeated evidence of her peaceful nature. We are so glad that Rumeysa can continue to her studies, that she can return to her community that misses her so desperately. And I think we all heard directly from Rumeysa today that in a way that her light just shines through. She's clearly such a caring, compassionate person. And today we made good on the First Amendment promise of free speech, and Rumeysa is going home.
All right, we want to go back now to Katrina Kaufman. Katrina, can you just give us a quick reminder of exactly where this case stands right now?
So Rumeysa Ozturk is going to be released on bail. She also was previously ordered to be sent back to Vermont, and that's supposed to happen by May 14th. At the end of this hearing, the judge asked the government lawyer to let him know when she is released from the detention center and to keep him updated on the situation. Another thing that he pointed out is that he does have this ability to have an independent review of her case because she previously had been denied bond by an immigration judge. That court is part of the executive branch. But while he didn't see any reason to put conditions on Rumeysa Ozturk's release, he acknowledged that ICE may want to do so. So he said the government can submit proposed recommendations and that he may amend her release.
All right, Katrina Kaufman, thank you so much for your reporting and bringing us that breaking news.
Exclusive video you will only see here, showing a Worcester teenager pinned down in the street by ICE agents. We blurred the video because she is a minor, and scenes like this are becoming more and more common around the Commonwealth.
And we want to bring in NBC 10's Alicia Palumbo live in Worcester this morning. Alicia, obviously we see the video here. It was a very disturbing scene.
Very disturbing, Raul, but we want you to judge for yourself. We want you to take another look at that exclusive video and a listen to that exclusive video captured by our Telemundo New England cameras.
Stop! Stop, ma'am! Stop! Stop!
Definitely a chaotic scene on Eureka Street Thursday as Worcester police and ICE agents detained a mother and her 16-year-old daughter. That girl's face slammed into the ground as she was taken into custody. They have not been identified. Worcester police said officers were dispatched to the area for a report of a federal agent surrounded by about 24 people. When police arrived, they say the teen daughter was holding a newborn baby in her arms and standing in front of the ICE vehicle that was trying to leave with their mother inside. Officers told her she was endangering the baby, so she handed the newborn to a relative, but police allege as the ICE vehicle drove away, she ran after it and kicked the side of it. She was arrested and charged with reckless endangerment of a child, disturbing the peace.
Just normal stuff every day, dude. Just normal everyday things in a fascist dystopia. Love to see it, folks. Very cool, very normal. This is how it's got to be. Let me hit a couple yeah beasts up in this bitch. Yeah. No, I know the New York mayor got arrested. Don't worry, I'm gonna get to it. Yeah, based. If you can't do the crime, if you can't do the time, don't do the crime. Yeah.
Conduct and resisting arrest. Also arrested was Ashley Spring of Worcester, who police said pushed multiple officers and threw an unknown liquid substance on them as they tried to arrest the teen. Spring faces several charges, including assault and battery of a police officer. We spoke with Spring moments before she was taken away.
ICE was here, the community gathered. We found out that they didn't have a warrant. They didn't have not just a judicial warrant, they didn't have a warrant at all. They wouldn't present it. And the community decided that these women were free to go, and the women decided to go and exercise their right to leave because they were not being detained. At that point, the police continued to try to brutalize them, to rip the baby out of the mother's arms, 4-week-old baby, it looks like, and the community tried to intervene and help them.
The city manager of Worcester said in a statement, the series of events was no doubt disturbing, and the footage of a family being separated is harrowing. He insists that Worcester police were not assisting with the ICE detainment, but they were called in to try to de-escalate a chaotic situation. We're live at Worcester Police Headquarters. Alicia Palumbo, NBC 10 Boston.
The NYPD says at least 80 people were arrested after pro-Palestinian demonstrators refused to leave.
This was also insane. This was also another insane thing that took place. Feds are reviewing Columbia University protesters' visa, says the Secretary of State. They did a demonstration. They did a fucking demonstration, and Columbia's own like public health and safety cops that are supposed to be there to protect the students were beating the fuck out of the students. They had like helicopters on top of Columbia swirling around. They are like, these institutions are not backing down from this. It seems to me like the less popular Israel gets, the more aggressive the admin is going to get, and the more aggressive the militant police is going to get to squash dissent by force. Like they literally are like, oh, you don't like what Israel's doing? Oh, you want to protest it? Okay, we're gonna kill you. Sorry, you just have to die now. This is how it's gonna go. Nothing else we can do about it. Nope. You have to do your 10. You have to do 3 M Israel highs in the morning and 3 condom hummuses in the morning. You know? Look, there's still people going, they can't protest in the building. They can protest wherever the fuck they want, dumbass. What are you talking about? Throughout the history of the United States of America, anti-war protesters have done way fucking more aggressive shit. They've literally held deans at gunpoint. What are you talking about? Like, I hate this, like, well, you know, you're supposed to protest in the way that makes me feel good. Yeah, think about what they're protesting against, okay? And then really reconsider your careless coverage on the matter, your careless way of your careless indifference on the matter. What is this, like 18 months of endless child murder? Don't protest here, don't protest there. You know, you're not allowed to protest in any way. You can only protest in a way where I think it's appropriate. Okay, well. Yeah, protest in a way. Hey, by the way, you want to know how fraudulent all of this is? Because I'm not doing any of that, right? Like when I'm Twitch streaming, I'm not doing any of that. And these motherfuckers want me deplatformed too. So I guess it's actually not about how you protest. It's about just protesting at all. Do you understand? Like, think about that. I'm not going out there and overtaking student buildings or anything. And these dudes want me deplatformed too. They want me to also be fucking silenced. So what is it? Meanwhile, the administration is entertaining revoking habeas corpus, and you're over here like, yeah, it's they shouldn't have been inside of the student building when they're protesting. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude. Please be for real.
Columbia University's library. This all happened last night. Today, there was tighter security on campus, and as Lisa Rosner reports, the Secretary of State says the government is already reviewing the immigration status of those allegedly involved.
Chaos inside the reading room as people were studying for their final exams at Butler Library Wednesday. Columbia University says dozens of pro-Palestinian demonstrators would not leave and vandalized the building with disturbing slogans. That, coupled with 2 public safety officers injured and crowds refusing to disperse outside the school, administrators called in the NYPD.
Public safety was the most brutal they've ever been. There were concussions, there were broken bones.
The NYPD issued 78 desk appearance tickets for criminal mischief and 2 summonses. The school's acting president said the library reopened Thursday.
Columbia unequivocally rejects anti-Semitism. We will come together as a community to consider what civil disobedience actually is.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio posted on X, "We are reviewing the visa status of the trespassers."
Unless they take stronger actions, it won't be the last time. Regardless of what they do, if it's, vandalizing or just making a protest where they're chanting Intifada and from the river to the sea and all these things, it's all wrong.
Public safety stood their ground, did not let people leave without showing identification.
Parts of campus are already closed off as the school preps for graduation, and Thursday access was limited to those with campus ID or approved guests of faculty. Maria Del Grosso worked with Columbia Palestine Solidarity Coalition. She says this about the acting university president's comments.
Completely inaccurate, and it's absolutely to cover up the actions of public safety and the action of yet again calling the NYPD.
Columbia's president says she believes that most of the demonstrators involved are not affiliated with the university. In Morningside Heights, Lisa Rosner, CBS News, New York.
Yeah, man.
Trying to disperse in the library, and you guys have locked them in. Let the protesters out. You've locked them in. They've been barricaded up there. They want to disperse. Let them out. 400,000 dead. 400,000 dead. And this is how you treat us. You consider this an inconvenience. 400,000 dead. Fuck your finals! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Sin and Marxism had I was making deals. I was making I was getting le boscol. I was getting le boscol. They're literally showing students chanting "Let us out," and then they're saying they wouldn't let us leave. Just blatant fucking lies. Yeah.
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine!
Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Free Palestine! Get us out! Shut us out! We're not gonna stop! No matter what, we're not gonna stop!
excuse me. I am very offended and scared, and also feel like you're doing an anti-Semitism by engaging in an act of civil disobedience in a disorderly manner. Okay. And for me, I think you should get the death penalty for this, because my feelings, I'm not even a Columbia student, but my feelings are more important. Okay. This also being conducted at Columbia makes it even funnier, because Columbia has a history of violent suppression and protests, which they now have made it a big part of their history of, like, you know, we allow, our student protests were brave and brilliant for protesting against the Vietnam War, for protesting against apartheid South Africa, but not apartheid Israel, it seems. For apartheid Israel, we've decided it's we've moved on. For apartheid Israel, you can't do that. Ugh.
Don't worry, as soon as we are able to let you guys back in, we'll let you go. Yo, bro, is everybody? I need to get my stuff, bro. I gotta get my stuff, bro.
Trump official seeks to bring first white Afrikaners to the U.S. as refugees. The rapid relocation of Afrikaners who President Trump says have been racially persecuted in South Africa stands in stark contrast with a virtual shutdown of all of the refugee admissions. Dude, I don't know what else these guys need to do. They're literally spelling it out. Like, they're saying we are a white supremacist, white nationalist, fascist administration, okay? And that's it. Like, there's not really, I don't know why there's any sort of, like, discourse entertaining this. And yeah, a part of that fascism is absolutely to vociferously defend the Jewish supremacist ethno-state of Israel. Okay? It's not like a one-to-one comparison with Adolf Hitler in that regard. It's just, it's still fascist. How strange for people to deny this reality. God, I hate this fucking, I hate what America is becoming. I think it's because, like, they no longer even try to shelter it. Like, there is no longer even dog whistles at this point. It's just like fucking bullhorns, you know? Bullhorn supremacist attitudes. It's so fucking gross. Here, by the way, this is the other side of the story. Here's Stephen Miller. Says the White House looking into suspending habeas corpus, which protects people from unlawful detentions. A lot of it happens on whether the courts do the right thing or not.
There's a question back there first.
I have two quick questions. First, President Trump has talked about potentially suspending habeas corpus to take care of the illegal immigration problem. When could we see that happen, do you think?
Well, the Constitution is clear, and that, of course, is the supreme law of the land, that the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus can be suspended in a time of invasion. So I would say that's an option we're actively looking at. Look, a lot of it depends on whether the courts do the right thing or not. At the end of the day, Congress passed a body of law known as the Immigration and Nationality Act, which stripped Article 3 courts, that's the judicial branch, of jurisdiction over immigration.
No, dude, it's chill. Your buddy Bradley Martin said this won't happen. Dude, I had a conversation with Bradley Martin recently on the phone, like a private conversation. He is checked out. He is not. He's like, I did not. Like, this is everything that I thought. Bradley Martin is a part of the 1% that voted for Donald Trump that actually does not like the vote, for the record. He's in that tiny 1% that's like, yeah, dude, I think it's the government. I didn't realize that it's like party differences didn't make any distinction whatsoever. Like, I think I just hate the fucking government, dude.
Immigration cases. So Congress actually passed, it's called jurisdiction stripping legislation. it passed a number of laws that say that the Article 3 courts aren't even allowed to be involved in immigration cases. Many of you probably don't know this. I'll give you a good example. Are you familiar with the term temporary protected status, or TPS, right? So by statute, the courts are stripped of jurisdiction from overruling a presidential determination or a secretarial determination on TPS when the Secretary of Homeland Security makes that determination. So when Secretary Noem terminated TPS for the illegals that Biden flew into the country, when courts stepped in, they were violating explicit language that Congress had enacted, saying they have no jurisdiction.
God, Stephen Miller is one of the grossest villains in the admin too. Oh, cool, just monarchy? Not even like a constitutional monarchy. Okay, we're talking straight up, no due process, no court system monarchy.
So it's not just the courts aren't just at war with the executive branch. The courts are at war, these radical rogue judges, with the legislative branch as well, too. So all of that will inform the choices the president ultimately makes, yes.
Mr. Miller.
Habeas corpus has been suspended only 4 times. Civil War, when Congress authorized the combat Ku Klux Klan vigilantism during Reconstruction, in the Philippines during a 1905 insurrection, in Hawaii after Pearl Harbor. Incredible stuff. We're doing absolute monarchy. Anyway, apparently there was a back and forth here that made it to Fox News. Let's take a look.
But she doesn't have an ID. She has a CYD, but not her press.
We're press and students. We can't.
So I actually said no press right now.
What if we just go into students?
No students are even being allowed.
Can you tell us your name, sir? Sir, we need to know who we got this information. Sir, we need to know who we got this information from.
On Instagram, got this on Twitter. I know you have 3
Yeah, I
followers.
hope you get
Let's
expelled.
go.
I hope you got goddamn expelled. This is our school. We're paying $90,000 a year to go here.
Too, dummy.
Yeah, you don't have the right to take over. Like, we're paying to be here.
Are we taking?
We're paying to be here.
Paying to be
You don't
here.
care. Yeah, exactly. If you want to
Make
disrupt
sense,
things,
bro.
go
Say something
out.
that makes sense.
Go mess up a few things in the street. You have a protest
I'm
in the street.
graduating with honors, bitch.
So?
I fucking did
I'm
my
not- I'm
work.
never
I
gonna
care
have
about
the
this
chance.
too.
I'm never gonna have that chance because you're disrupting.
I'm never gonna be able to graduate with honors because you're disrupting my library time, dude. You're oh God. This is, oh my God.
Got it harder. Hit the box, bro.
What do you mean?
Why you doing it talking to us? Hit the box. If you care so much. Yeah, bro, this is the fucking library.
You're not allowing.
This is where the information is stored.
You're not letting us have the chance that you had to study.
This is such bullshit too. There's a million fucking libraries. The reason why she wants to go to this one is specifically so she can film this and then say, I'm a Jewish student who's pro-Israel and these guys are being anti-Semitic to me by not letting me into the library. Meanwhile, the reason why she can't go into the library is not because the students are protesting in the library. It's because, as you saw, cops are not letting anyone into the library and they've locked the students into the library themselves. Okay? Yeah, I can't get into the library on this one specific day, and guess what? It was my honors. The only information in the the information that was stored in this one specific library in this one specific day is the information that I needed to get my honors, my honors graduation finals, and you fucking cooked it for me.
We're never gonna have that.
You're ugly. I didn't want to talk to you.
Yeah, you have no arguments. You have no excuse. This is disgusting.
And it's a little insulting. No, but I need my stuff. No, I need my stuff. I'm like waiting at the front gate. Sir, 我在等。
Oh, hi. Oh my gosh. Hi, yeah. How did you guys get here so fast?
So that was the scene, and it was sickening at Columbia University.
Sickening. They're protesting a fucking genocide. I cannot stress this enough. I know we're in the United States of America, and we are sheltered from the immediate impact of such things. Okay, but I cannot stress this enough. Anti-war protesters did this in the past as well. Anti-apartheid protesters did this in the past as well. And anti-apartheid, anti-genocide protesters are doing it now. This is a normal part of being a fucking student on as woke a college campus as Columbia University. It's sickening. This kind of sickening chance. Ay, ay, ay.
Yesterday at their library, over 100 anti-Israeli protesters stormed the Butler Library on campus in support of...
Yeah, dude, you're in France. They call this a gathering. This isn't even a protest. I know. No fucking trash cans on fire. No throwing blows with cops. In France, they wouldn't even call this. They wouldn't even call this a gathering. They'd just be like, "This is a couple of people that got together and said they were upset."
Of Mahmoud Khalil, with over 80 being arrested. The university responding by saying, quote, "Disruptions to our academic activities will not be tolerated and are violations of our rules and policies. This is especially unacceptable while our students study and prepare for final exams." Eden Yadigar is a Columbia student that witnessed the protest. She was studying, believe it or not, for finals on the first floor, and she joins us now. Eden, what was it like for you as a Jewish student seeing this happen again right in front of you?
Another pogrom in the books, folks. Let me tell you, it's like Night of the Long Knives is basically this. This is what happened.
Thanks for having me. Like you said, I, along with hundreds, if not thousands of other students, were just trying to study for finals and complete our coursework when dozens of masked vandals, the vast majority of whom we believe are students, flooded into the library, chanting "Free Palestine," calling for an intifada revolution, and calling in Arabic for one state, one Palestinian state from the river to the sea.
That's so messed up. I can't believe it. I hope you're okay, Eden. I hope you're all right. I'm glad you survived the vicious scare tactics. Oh my God. This is they were screaming in Arabic, folks. Okay, which is the terrorism language. The screaming in Arabic, by the way, is just intifada revolution. There's only one solution, intifada revolution. That's the scary Arabic language that they were deploying, the language of terrorism.
Not only was it absolutely shocking and intimidating, but it was disrupting one of the most basic functions of the university. And it's ridiculous to me that almost 2 years later, since October 7th, since these sort of disruptions have become commonplace, that this happened during finals week. But it does mark a pretty notable shift in how Columbia handled it, because Columbia brought in the NYPD within 4 hours to arrest these students. And I am cautiously optimistic that they will be held accountable. Every single one of them should be expelled, if not, expelled immediately, because they forced the evacuation of the library. Students were trying to study and we weren't able to do that because of this.
By the way, Jewish students did this during Nazi Germany's concentration camp schemes, right? Like they did this, and they also were militarily suppressed in the American on the American side of things, for the record. So there is a long history of student activism, and I suspect that she probably would not have an issue with that, right? She wouldn't take issue with that. That'd be ridiculous. Also, one note, once again, expel them, expel them, expel them, deplatform them, fire them, deplatform them. Please. Deport them, deport them, deport them. Americans are so disgusting, the way they fucking approach this subject, where they're like, from Israeli right-wing Telegram channels. Oh yeah, I'm gonna talk about the Donald Trump stuff in a little bit. Don't worry. Same Eden Yadigar did this. Eden Yadigar is a student at Columbia. She dressed up like a skunk after several of her peers were hospitalized in a chemical attack incident on campus. Ugh. Classic.
Small group of radical, anti-Israeli, anti-Jewish vandals.
We're about to find out how many are students. And with the security, you tell me, should be saluted because some got beat up and some got hurt, and they stood there. But why did it take 5 hours for the NYPD to come? What was the issue there? I'm sure the NYPD could have been there sooner.
It's a great question. That's what I'm wondering as well. In comparison to timelines we've seen in the past with last year's building occupation of Hamilton Hall with the encampment, this was record speed for Columbia. And, you know, I really appreciate that because it means that we were able to go back to normal campus life, back to studying sooner. But it is ridiculous that accountability is as difficult as it is. After these protesters stormed into this room, the main reading room in Butler Library, public safety demanded that they show identification, show their Columbia ID.
Yeah, I hate that they just didn't start immediately. I hate that they didn't drone strike the Columbia Library. She's like, I don't understand. This is how we do things normally. This is very shocking. It's shocking to me that the militant response came 5 hours later and they didn't immediately drone strike the library. I don't understand why they didn't do that. It's very confusing. It's usually how things are supposed to go. Yeah, maybe Eric Adams is Hamas.
And then they would simply be able to leave. And these protesters ended up claiming that they were being held hostage by public safety because they refused to identify themselves, which is not only just ridiculous and completely opposed to common sense, but also
Yeah. Soon after Robert Burke led an anti-Nazi protest in Columbia in 1936, he was expelled. In 2025, history repeats itself over and over. Robert Burke was a junior at Columbia University who dared to protest the administration's ties to Nazi Germany in 1936. Organizing a group of 300 students, he led a demonstration in front of the President Nicholas Butler's home to oppose the university's support of an event that propagated Nazi policies and beliefs on college campuses. What transpired after that evening is a pattern of severe punishment and silencing of dissent levied against nonviolent student protesters who demonstrate against genocidal regimes, and is happening again at Columbia. Soon after Adolf Hitler rose to power, Germany's civil service law was enacted in April 1933. His goal was to remove civil servants of Jewish descent or non-Aryan backgrounds from their roles as teachers, professors, and government employees. Famously, Albert Einstein left Germany, Nazi Germany, in 1933 as a direct consequence of this legislation. The law is also sought to fire or remove any individual who refused to abide by Nazi beliefs. The party took a special interest in German universities. One such institution, Heidelberg University, supported the Nazi regime and proactively removed scores of professors and students for racial and political reasons. Just 1 month after the civil service law went into effect, university faculties and students took part in book burnings on Heidelberg's campus. In February 1936, Heidelberg University invited representatives from universities in the U.S. and Europe to attend a 550th anniversary celebration of its founding. While Oxford, Cambridge, and others rejected the invitation and hoped their absence would serve as a condemnation of Nazi attacks upon academic freedom, Columbia University, shockingly to absolutely no one, agreed to attend, setting the stage for anti-fascist protests on its campus. Columbia accepted the invitation to Heidelberg University. They said that they would send a representative to Heidelberg because it is the custom of Columbia University to be represented whenever conveniently possible at all celebrations of educational institutions here and abroad. They continued, Columbia will be giving its approval to those who have suppressed academic freedom, perverted the content and teachings of all branches. This is the students saying this. Okay? They said, we'll be in fact bestowing a benediction upon the spoliation of education and culture by the Hitler regime. If you recall, some of the first attacks from the Nazi seizing power came towards cultural institutions and educational institutions, institutions of higher learning, where they basically sanitized these institutions of any sort of Judeo-Bolshevik values. Marxist academia, Marxist literature, Jewish academia, Jewish literature, Jewish academics in general were deliberately taken out from the lexicon, taken out from the teaching staff. They did this. Okay? And of course, Columbia University played a role in normalizing this behavior from the United States of America. So the students got mad at that. Robert Burke leads an anti-Nazi protest at Columbia President's house. Before Robert Burke was expelled from Columbia University, he was the president-elect of his junior class and a leading member of America's Student Union at the university, a native of Youngstown, Ohio. He was disgruntled by Columbia's decision to join Heidelberg's anniversary celebration, as well as the administration's refusal to meet with the protesting students. It should be noted that the New York Times reported on April 28th that Joseph Goebbels himself would be in attendance at the event. The article reads, Propaganda Minister Joseph Goebbels and other Nazi functionaries will be among the most prominent hosts to scholars and scientists who have been invited to represent the universities of the world. Good thing the USA has no culture. One less thing Trump has to do. This is U.S. culture. In other words, it had to become clear to students that this engagement with Heidelberg University was not simply an academic courtesy, but rather a tacit endorsement of the Nazi takeover of universities and colleges. Nearly 45 days after President Butler promised to meet with students and reconsider the invitation, Philip Hayden told the student committee that Dr. Butler has nothing to see the committee about. The university administration targeted Burke for leading anti-fascist protests. On May 21st, Burke met with Dean Hawks and summarized their meeting as follows. Hawks confronted me with the accusation of having been a leader of demonstration, which was in exceedingly poor taste, rowdy, and had violated the sanctity of Dr. Butler's home. He told me that someone had shouted profane remarks about Dr. Butler and that someone had left picket signs in the foyer of Dr. Butler's house. I told the dean that I hadn't heard the profanity and that I was sorry that someone had left picket signs. I maintained that as far as picketing Dr. Butler's house went and speaking in front of it, we were within our rights and well within the bounds of decency. This became our major point of difference. Notice how nothing has changed? Pearl clutching about the ways in which people were protesting against Nazi allegiances demonstrated by the college that they are attending instantly got the same exact response as it does right now. But hey, have you considered that they were making students of German descent that had neo-Nazi, or not neo-Nazi, Nazi sentiment uncomfortable? Not just students of German descent, mind you, students of German descent that like Nazi Germany and what Nazi Germany is doing. The fatherland. It's really messed up. Burke said he warned Dean Hawks that his expulsion would have a chilling effect on student speech at Columbia. I told the dean that if I were expelled, it would appear to be the student body that this action was an attempt to frighten the student union out of any action of significance and to frighten politically conscious students so they would not take part in ASU affairs. 3 days later, the American Student Union sent a letter to Dean Hawks to apologize for any obscene language that may have been used during the demonstration outside of Dr. Butler's house. 1 week after their initial meeting, Dean Hawks again confronted Robert Burke and accused him of distorting what he said during their previous meeting. In a short letter sent from Dean Hawks himself, Robert Burke was expelled from Columbia University on June 16, 1936. Look at that. The reason why I think it's important to take note of this and to stress this is because Columbia is doing the same thing that they've done time and time again. They are aligning with power. They are aligning with the fascist administration of Israel. They are presenting their students who are pro-Israel as like victims in this process, while simultaneously doing the same thing that they've done historically to anti-war and anti-genocide and anti-apartheid protesters and anti-Nazi protesters. It is the exact same thing over and over again. It's not different this time. It's the same exact thing. So if the reason why I always stress the importance of learning history is so that we do not repeat those mistakes. But a lot of people, I think, close their eyes and ears to this kind of reality because, well, this time it's different, you know? This time it's different. It must be different this time. I don't want to think about it. I don't want to think about it because it was good back then and what Colombia did was wrong back then. But right now, Colombia is actually doing something good because it suits my current purposes, my current interests. People would rather have all of the nuisances be treated militarily rather than have to deal with their own internal contradictions about supporting a fucking apartheid state that is doing a genocide, supporting a fascist ideology that is Zionism. In any case, let's get to the Trump-Netanyahu back and forth because this is a big point of contention. Oh, sorry. Before I do that, the last thing I wanted to talk about, of course, is the story. Where the frick is it? We'll do the Louis Ahmed thing in a second, but America has fallen. The tariffs are hitting Funko Pops. It's over. And I have a USA Today article on me as well. But here, I wanted to show you another insane moment. Mayor Ras Baraka was arrested at the Delaney Hall ICE Detention Center after an argument with agents. Members of Congress here for a scheduled visit were shoved after trying to include Baraka in conversations after he gained entry through the gate.
Get off of her! You cannot push it! You cannot Congress! You can't push members of Congress! Get off of her! You are fascist! Fascist! Get off of her! Yes. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Get off of her! You cannot push it! You cannot Congress! You can't push members of Congress! Get off of her! You are fascist! Fascist! Get off of her! Yes. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Put your hands on me!
Land of the free, baby. Home of the brave. It's fucking insane. That they arrested the mayor, dude. And of course, U.S. Attorney on the arrest says no one is above the law. Alina Habba, the mayor of she is the patriot. Alina Habba is the Trump attorney that became the interim U.S. attorney for the District of New Jersey. Says committed trespass and ignored multiple warnings for Homeland Security investigations to remove himself from ICE detention center in Newark, New Jersey this afternoon. He has willingly chosen to disregard the law that will not stand in the state. He has been taken into custody. No one is above the law. Yeah, except this administration. Oh, also, Judge Jeanine Pirro has been nominated for U.S. Attorney for D.C., which is really sad because it's ruining my favorite television show, the Fox 5. That makes me very sad. I have uncontrollable fits of rage when I think about my favorite TV show being ruined selfishly by the Trump administration. But let's move on to the Trump administration back and forth and the drama the girlies are seemingly fighting between Israel and Donald Trump. There are some points of contention. Let's take a look.
No one was happier to see Trump elected than Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. But is that still the case? Trump's first term had delivered major wins for Israel: the scrapping of the Iran nuclear deal, the assassination of Iranian General Qasem Soleimani, the Abraham Accords with the Gulf states, and the moving of the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem. Netanyahu expected more of the same from Trump's return. And it seemed that way at first, with Trump removing Biden's sanctions on some violent settlers in the occupied West Bank and lifting Biden's hold on 2,000-pound bombs to Israel. But despite the initial honeymoon, Israel Hayom reported that relations have reached a low point with mutual disappointment on both sides. Now, as Trump hints at a big announcement to come on Gaza and reports say he's pressuring Israel for a ceasefire, the president seems to have lost his patience with the Israeli premier and is making policy choices for the both of them. First was the Witkoff effect in January, when Trump's envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, pulled Netanyahu into a meeting on Shabbat and forced him to agree to a ceasefire deal he'd spent months rejecting. But the Trump administration has also been holding talks without Israel and with some of its staunchest opponents. Axios revealed in March that the US had been holding secret direct talks with Hamas without telling Israel. Then in April, the US and Iran began talks to limit Iran's nuclear program in exchange for the removal of US sanctions in their highest level contact since 2018, surprising Netanyahu with the news at a press conference. It's a similar deal to the one Israel encouraged Trump to scrap in 2018. With the US set to enter its fourth round of talks soon, Trump has said the deal is well on its way. But Israel's Channel 12 has reported that Israel is deeply concerned that talks are very, very advanced, that they will reach a bad deal that doesn't meet Israel's conditions, and that the US is not sharing enough information with Israel on key points, all of which it says is deeply disturbing. Israel had drawn up plans to strike Iran's nuclear facilities in May, but Trump rejected these, preferring a diplomatic rather than military approach, and Israel couldn't conduct the plans without US assistance. But it's not just Iran. One Israeli official said the country was blindsided by Trump announcing a ceasefire with the Houthis on Wednesday, days after the group's attack on Israel's Ben Gurion airport. Despite the Houthis saying that they would continue attacking Israel, Israeli representatives were unable to obtain information from White House officials until a full 24 hours after Trump's announcement. The US has been pursuing major policy initiatives without including Israel. It's talked with Hamas over the release of American captives. It's talking with Iran on limiting its nuclear program, and it's talked with the Houthis about their disruption of international shipping rather than their attacks on Israel. It's not a surprise, it's Trump's America First doctrine, which is also why his upcoming visit to the Middle East includes Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar, but not Israel despite its requests. Can't offer Trump the kind of deals he's hoping to sign in the Gulf.
I'll say a couple things here. I think I don't trust Donald Trump at all. Okay? But I do know how he works. And I think there's a limit to how annoyed he gets with being bullied and being yelled at. And maybe that motivated him a little bit to change course, to change trajectory. Or perhaps this is another like silly move to optically change the situation to make it seem like he's in charge here. Benjamin Netanyahu is so fucking annoying. And Trump is such a petty bitch that I could potentially see it. I could potentially see Trump being like, yeah, fuck this. Here is Daniel Goldman, congressman from New York 10. Okay. Is district in the House of Representatives, Congressman Dan Goldman. The Trump admin can try and gaslight us with hollow words, but actions speak louder. Fired Waltz because he was too hawkish on Iran, entered into a deal with the Houthis that excludes Israel, pursuing Saudi deal without Israel normalization. Trump is abandoning Israel. Dude, who cares? Like, what are you, fucking insane? What is this? Like, when I see a Democratic Party congressperson criticizing Trump in this way, I'm like, dude, you're an American congressperson. Like, what the fuck are you saying? What are you saying? What are you doing here? How psychotic.
You know, they'll go around saying, oh, this is so terrible. What you do it is you're giving up something up top in order to make people in the middle income and the lower income brackets save more. So it's really a redistribution. And I'm willing to do it if they want. I would love to be able to give people in a lower bracket a big break by giving up some of what I have. But I'll tell
Trump wants to tax the rich and decouple us from Israel and reinsert the Iran denuclearization agreement. Marxist Trump, he's back.
Because of that statement.
And then on the salt.
But I don't think they're going to be doing it. But I actually think it's good politics to do it where richer people give up. And it's a very small, it's like a point. But they give it up to benefit people in lower income.
And then on the salt tax credits, Mr. President, there are some Republicans who say, why is it that these 45 other states should be paying taxes to alleviate the tax burden of New York? Or
it's only because those states are behind, very badly behind, and those people were affected very badly. And you know, the sad part is oftentimes they were affected badly because you had bad management in those states, like in California with Newsom and, you know, people. So you had some bad management. But that's being worked on now, and they may do a piece one way or the other. It's a very complex issue, but I think it's being worked out. I think it's going to be. It has not been settled yet, but they'll settle it up pretty quickly.
Are you considering,
Mr. President, what parameters have you given Scott Bessent on negotiating with China this weekend?
We have to make a great deal for America.
Are you going to be disappointed if he comes back without a deal?
No, not at all, because we already made a great deal. We're not doing business with China right now. You know, we lost $1 trillion last year with China, $1 trillion. So if you're not going to do business with them, you're not going to lose $1 trillion. But we lost. I want China to do great. You know, I'm very friendly with President Xi. I have great respect for him and for China, but we can't continue to allow them to do what they did. When I was president, they paid hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs and taxes. And then Biden screwed it all up. What he did to this country between the border and between all of the other problems, the wars, everything, what he did to this country should never be forgotten. But one of the things he did is the trade was so bad and so imbalanced. So I think we're going to come back with a fair deal for both China and us.
Have you given Bessent a number of how low you're willing to go?
Yeah, I am.
Are you willing to share that number? Is that
No.
the 80%?
But I put out a number today, 80%, so we'll see how that all works out.
Mr. President, the U.S. Embassy in Kyiv is warning right now about possible Russian significant attack on Kyiv. What's your message for Putin?
I have a message for both parties. Get this war ended. We're losing 5,000 soldiers a week, Russian and Ukrainian soldiers, and other people also, by the way. And I say, get this stupid war finished. That's my message for both of them. Thank you very much. We'll see you later. We'll see you later.
Thank you, Press. We're heading out.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Right after. Thank
He
you.
just came in to say hello.
What did you discuss?
Almost nothing. He came in to say hello. It was very nice, and I think he came in to thank me, frankly. I mean, I would say the primary reason, but he was very nice. He's a nice man, but I think he actually came in to thank me.
Is he complying with ICE like you'd like to see?
You'd have to ask Tom Homan.
Mr. President, do you have a reaction to Bill Gates' comments yesterday that the cuts in USAID will lead to millions of deaths of children around the world.
I don't know anything about his comments.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Let's head out. Thank you all. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Let's start moving. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Damn. Central Committee said today, as we discussed, when it's smart to declare bankruptcy, people laughed at the fact that Trump has 6 bankruptcies, but I saw it as a shrewd operator who knows what the system has to offer and how to get it. And I think Bibi went too far up his ass, so he's pulling back for leverage, or what do you think? You know Trump better than anyone. I just don't trust Trump because I think he's totally captured by these guys. Like he's a shrewd operator, sure, but he's also a very basic man. There are 2 demons inside of Donald Trump. The one demon is Trump's own narcissistic desires of wanting to be liked and not getting bullied by someone who he has leverage over. Right? What the fuck is this? Hasan, you're not ready for this part 2? What the hell is this? Who are these people? Why am I supposed to know what the fuck's going on here? What is happening with the world, bro? I'm like, dude, I know it's the new Kanye song, chat. I know. It constantly, dude, the worst part about it is because I don't listen to music. If I listen to like even a little bit of any music, it gets stuck in my head. So now when I hear this, like, this gets fucking stuck in my head. Y'all got me fucked up. I hate this shit. But why give them attention? Dude, are you telling me? I don't know. I mean, it's Kanye West. What do you want me to do? I think the cat's out of the bag on that one.
Or, as one senior Republican senator put it to an Israeli politician, why should he go to Israel? To help these deals, Trump has reportedly removed normalization with Israel as a condition for granting Saudi Arabia access to civil nuclear power, which had been a key point in Biden's planned deal. Instead, the Trump administration has warned Israel that it would be excluded from any US-Saudi deals if it did not end its war on Gaza. Haaretz reported on Friday that Trump has pressured Israel to reach a ceasefire with Hamas before next week's visit, warning that Israel would be left on its own if it did not join the US in making progress. Unlike the Gulf, Israel seems to be losing, not gaining, connections with the Trump administration. Jared Kushner, who played a key role between the two countries in Trump's first term, has stayed away from politics in Trump's second term.
On the one hand, I want people like that, like the Kanye West lovers, to feel embarrassed and to at least feel like there's societal pressure that they can't get away with doing shit like that. But on the other hand, all of the networks of influence that normally would deal with that sort of thing are too busy, too predisposed with people like myself. So I don't even know what to do. You know what I mean? Like, all of these anti-Semitism combating networks are so invested in defending Israel right now that Nazis just basically get away with it double time. Like, they get away with it because they can tie Judaism and Jews back to Israel at a time when, you know, nobody likes Israel. And also on top of that, they literally turn around and focus all of their efforts on, stop, dude. They focus all their efforts on anti-Zionists.
Israel's typical strategy of pressuring US presidents by using other politicians as counterweights has not worked either. Netanyahu and his strategic affairs minister Ron Dermer thought they had a back channel into the White House via former national security advisor Mike Waltz, who was a traditional Republican foreign policy hawk. But Trump dismissed Waltz for coordinating with Israel about potentially striking Iran without him. The rest of Trump's cabinet believed that the US should either reduce its force abroad or redirect it to China. And whereas Netanyahu used congressional Republicans to try and corner Obama, he can't do the same now. Republicans are all loyal to Trump, and so there's no one to outflank the president with from the right. The two remain in cooperation over Iran nuclear talks and plans to bring aid into Gaza, for example. But the US seems to be making its own decisions on the region, leaving Israel to catch up afterwards. It seems Netanyahu is finding out that America first really does mean America first, even for its closest ally.
There's not much left.
Like, we got to dive a little bit deeper into this. Because U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, who is a real freak. Like, I mean, he's more pro-Israel than most, like, ultra-Zionist Jews are. Okay? Because he's an evangelical Christian. And those guys are some of the biggest fucking freaks when it comes to Israel, because they don't necessarily care about Jews at all. I mean, obviously they don't. They just care about, like, sending Jews either by force or voluntarily to the greater Israel so that they can trigger the rapture. And even he came out strong and said it's reckless and irresponsible for press to allege that POTUS and Israeli Prime Minister are not getting along. DB has spent more time with real Donald Trump than I have in the past 3 months, and I'm his ambassador. But he also literally said that Israel doesn't get to dictate American foreign policy. We do. You know what I mean? I just don't see Donald Trump genuinely saying, like, fuck Israel, we're going to do this our way. They're just not responsible partners in all of this. But maybe it was Ron Dermer that pissed him off. I don't know. And yeah, of course, Israeli right-wing Telegram has started Hamas posting saying Donald Trump is Hamas. The through lines here is that he, A, wants to prevent anything that will make him get off the couch, B, understands at some level that ending global chaos was one of his biggest promises, and C, hates a lot of the people that want the escalation the most. There's also the fact that the solutions here are extraordinarily simple and were only avoided by Biden because his ideological commitment to Zionism and deference to Israel. It's funny that the end state here is just going back to Obama 2's policies and endgame towards the Middle East after Trump was the one who went through with Republican efforts to completely disavow and destroy them. This fact is also the biggest reason to be skeptical that he will actually follow through with any reversal from the consensus that he created. He seems to have realized that the end state of his track was always been at war with Iran, but not articulating a different path. I don't think there's a real Trump versus Netanyahu situation. This is all bullshit pretense ahead of the joint U.S.-Israeli war on Iran that is now imminent and will be done at the This is why you're only seeing some mild, faint anger from Zionists. They're pathetically trying to establish the element of surprise ahead of the launch, but you would have to be a fucking idiot to fall for it. I don't believe the Iranians are. When I said in January that Trump ceasefire is bullshit, that the genocide would continue, I was right. And the reason I was right is because it was materialist analysis of Zionist hegemony dictated it, as it does with the Iran war.
If I went to the Middle East and visited Israel and I was killed, somebody shot me there, do you think there'd be any accountability? Seriously. If any of you went to the Middle East and were killed, do you think there'd be accountability? There wouldn't be. This is how outrageous this situation is. Just think about the Liberty. Think about Rachel Corrie. Think about this Turkish American who was just killed in the flotilla. There's no accountability. Israelis can do almost anything and get away with it. So the idea that opacity matters, I don't think so. The lobby basically believes it can finesse any issue. They've never seen an issue that they can't finesse. If I went to the Middle East,
Yeah. I mean, Mersheimer isn't wrong. And I think a big part of that, like I said, is because Israel greatly escalated its sophisticated influence operations after the dissolution of the South African apartheid because they learned from the mistakes. And that's precisely where we're at. Israel also is a much more valuable ally than South Africa is due to its geopolitical condition. So I think like Trump's approach to foreign policy is pretty straightforward. It's all about what can you do for me and what have you done for me lately. Trump wants to head the Middle East, looking for rewards and achievements. Netanyahu offers him only headaches while asking for handouts. Yeah, I think he wants like an interim W. And Netanyahu's not giving it to him. But a week prior to this cutoff, he met with Ron Dermer, who some believe is going to be the next up. He also referred to a meeting that took place in April between Israel's Strategic Affairs Minister Ron Dermer and senior Republican lawmakers in Washington. During that meeting, Dermer reportedly told him what Trump ought to do, which angered the president. I guess like Donald Trump being who he is and having a short fuse about people telling him what he can and can't do could be a part of the reason for the resentment growing. He is Ron Dermer could potentially be Benjamin Netanyahu's successor. So when Netanyahu came to Congress and demanded the U.S. invade Iraq, which he guaranteed would have enormous positive reverberations, sitting right next to him was Ron Dermer. I think Benjamin Netanyahu's like successor list is short. It's potentially that guy, or what's the other like Mossad guy? I forget. Chat knows his name. I'm forgetting now. No, not son of Hamas, chatter. That's so funny. No, Yossi Cohen, I think, is the guy. Yeah. Someone said son of Hamas. Yeah, dude, Israel's going to have a fucking Arab. IRL today? Chatter, it's literally 11:22 p.m. What IRL? Earlier on Thursday, Israel Hayim quoted sources close to Trump saying he's disappointed with Netanyahu and plans to proceed with steps in the Middle East without waiting for him. Sources added that Trump is particularly interested in decisions that would advance U.S. interests, especially concerning Saudi Arabia and other Gulf countries. According to Israel Hayom, some of the planned steps are believed to relate to the long-anticipated U.S.-brokered normalization between Israel and Saudi Arabia. All right. We're going to switch gears now and get to India-Pakistan.
Left a salvage from this home in Indian-administered Kashmir, destroyed by Pakistani shelling overnight on Thursday. Villages on the Indian side of the line of control have been subjected to multiple attacks by drones and other munitions, according to India's military.
It's very tense. There's been heavy shelling. We saw projectiles flying through the sky. We sheltered in our homes. It's the first time I've ever seen anything like this in my life. It was a horrible sight, and people in Jammu and Kashmir are frightened.
India's army says Pakistani troops have been responsible for a series of ceasefire violations along the line of control. Normally bustling border towns, this is Poonch, are deserted. Residents have been told to stay in their homes.
So the situation is quite serious. There are many loud sounds heard during the night. We just want peace and calm. If the governments sit together and resolve things through dialogue, that would be a good thing. But if there is a war and conflict, then our countries will go back 100 years.
For Indian Kashmiri families displaced from villages along the line of control, a college has been turned into a temporary shelter. India and Pakistan have been exchanging fire since India's military targeted what it calls terrorist camps in retaliation for a deadly attack on tourists in Kashmir, which it blamed on Pakistan. Islamabad has denied involvement. It's the worst confrontation.
I think it's important to always maintain that at least thus far, there has been no revelation. At least thus far, there's been no evidence presented by the Indian government beyond just saying, like, well, duh, they're Pakistan. Of course they're training terrorists. Like, it was genuinely shocking to hear the Indian government say, like the BJP official, say on Western news, it doesn't matter that we have no evidence. Like, that was actually shocking. On Channel 4, you got the BJP foreign guy, the BJP, like, foreign minister guy coming out and just being like, it doesn't matter that we have no evidence that they're not, that Pakistan is not directly involved. They've been doing this shit to us for 30 years.
Between the neighbours in more than 2 decades. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the...
Yeah, I saw this Indian boy destroy the fucking reporter. Or no, not this one.
पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद जिंदाबाद शर्म नहीं आ रही क्यों शर्म पाकिस्तान को खत्म नहीं करना चाहिए हाँ नहीं करना चाहिए भारत देश जिंदाबाद है नहीं है और पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद है नहीं है आपका नाम अपनी जगह पे सब जिंदाबाद आपका नाम क्या होगा तुम भी अपनी जगह पे जिंदाबाद आपका नाम क्या होगा कैफ कैफ पूरा नाम कैफ मोहम्मद कैफ कहाँ से हैं आप मैं बिहार से हूँ बिहार से आपको थोड़ी सी भी शर्म नहीं आ रही कि भारत देश में रहने के बावजूद आप पाकिस्तान का समर्थन कर रहे हो कि कैसे खत्म होगा पाकिस्तान अच्छा आप ही न्यूज बना रहे हो तो आपको शर्म नहीं आ रही कि क्या न्यूज बना रहे हो आपको शर्म नहीं आ रही है कि न्यूज बना के सबको फैला रहे हो हिंदू मुस्लिम के बारे में हिंदुस्तान का समर्थन क्यों करना आप पहले हमें जवाब दीजिए उसके बाद हम कुछ बोलेंगे तुम जो बोल रहे हो वहाँ भी आदमी है यहाँ भी आदमी है वहाँ भी मुस्लिम है वहाँ भी हिंदू है यहाँ भी हिंदू है सब तो है इंसान तो क्यों सबको खत्म करना पहले ये बताओ क्यों करना सबको जिंदगी जीने का हक है सबको हक है तो क्यों खत्म करना आप पाकिस्तान का समर्थन करते हैं कहीं आप जाओगे वहाँ कहीं आपको खत्म कर दिया तो हो गया काम आप पाकिस्तान का समर्थन करते हैं हाँ करते हैं तुम भारतीय नहीं हो तुम भारतीय नहीं हो भारतीय है आप जो बोल रहे हो इस देश को खत्म करो उस देश को खत्म करो तो सब में तो इंसान ही रहते हैं मेरे को छोटी सी चीज जाननी थी ये आपको सिखाया किसने
This reporter is such a piece of shit because he's literally trying to, like, basically get this kid killed. He's like, what's your first name? What's your last name? Where do you live? Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Like, that's crazy. Just fuck audio only chatters then? Yes. Fuck them.
दूर यार सिखा के दिखा जाती मां ने यार
He said, bro, I have a brain, man. They cut him off before he said, Hasanabi, teach me. I'm gonna get fucking lasered, chat. Yeah, no, the kid was like, I don't think we should be killing anybody. I think it's fine for Pakistan to live. But of course, he's a Muslim Indian. So this position will be, this is what I see in the Indian Twitter, especially like Hindutva fascist Indian Twitter, where they'll call Muslim Indians Abdul and also a threat to India's safety and security. This is how a lot of reporters operate in India. They're complete and other thugs. There's been intense shelling in Pog and Eog. The death tolls in the hundreds now. The ground rumors say the death tolls in the hundreds now. Neither Pakistan or India media is making a big deal out of it. I have Kashmiri fans whose families getting bombarded by both Pakistan and India. The reason is Pakistan doesn't want to acknowledge the damage because it means that Pakistan has to respond. Yeah, look, I'm looking at this completely from the outside. I'm looking at this completely from the outside looking in. And one, India and a lot of India's supporters are behaving very similarly to Israel supporters. So that immediately makes me wonder what the fuck the dynamic looks like. And two, as an impartial observer from the outside, as is the case in these sorts of conflicts all the time, there's one party that will always escalate and one party that will demonstrate restraint. And it doesn't feel like India is the party that's demonstrating restraint. Like, it's understandable to be frustrated. In the aftermath of a terror attack, but it does feel like their retaliation here is even more violent and more escalatory than it was in like 11/26, which was a far more consequential attack. So there has to be something else involved here. I don't know if it's the buildup. Yeah. During 26/11, a total of 175 people died and hundreds were injured. India responded through diplomacy with Pakistan. They provided Pakistan with evidence and Pakistan was forced to take action. It was literally India's 9/11 and the response was diplomacy. And now we're bombing mainland Pakistan without solid evidence. That's what I mean. Like, how the fuck were they more restrained? How the fuck were they more restrained after that? And that was like, that was direct. Like, is it simply organic buildup? Is it simply organic buildup and resentment? And Modi constantly hitting the fuck Muslims button over and over again? Or that might play a role in this. That might play a role in this. The organic buildup might play a role in this, but like Modi leaning into it. I don't know. I feel like I like to look at these things and try to figure out who benefits from this. Always, like who has something, who gets a material gain out of this. Ketty Spike, please do not compare us to a genocidal apartheid state. Ketty Spikes, I'm sorry, but Modi is also a fascist. Like, what the fuck? And so is Donald Trump. And so is Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't think that's a controversial fucking take at all. And also, they all despise Muslims in general. Muslims inside of their own borders and certainly Muslims in other countries. So like Modi has led pogroms internally inside of India directly. So I don't know how you can say that that's not the case. It's like identical. But having said that, you don't have, like, given Pakistan and its intelligence services direct allegiance with the United States of America, given Pakistan's position as closer to China than India is, even though India has also moved to normalize relations, obviously, it makes me feel like this instability benefits America as the secondary player here more than it does China. That's how I feel. I can tell you who it doesn't benefit: civilians. Anyway.
This is one face of a spiraling conflict with many more. A window into a dangerous moment in an old dispute. India claims this is a terror base. Locals insist it's a mosque.
What is happening right here?
A civilian compound, they say, with schools and a seminary.
This is the mosque main area. This is the main prayer hall. This is the court, central court of the mosque. And
the missiles struck in the early hours of Wednesday morning in Marikhe, killing 3 men. Hansler said it felt like an earthquake.
Lots of people had already vacated a week ago, so you feared that this was coming.
Actually, the government of Pakistan thought that it could be possible that India could attack this place due to all that allegations and all that propaganda that this place is a terrorist camp.
India has long believed this is the home of Lashkar-e-Taiba, a militant group designated as a terror organization by the UN. But in recent years, the Pakistani government has taken control of the complex.
What response do you think Pakistan should take in this moment?
India has clearly violated international border, and he is, attacked here, violating international border and killed civilians in the Pakistan. And Pakistan has very right, according to international law, to defend itself.
They feel locked in the crosshairs of the Indian military here, and resentment runs deep.
You can see where the missiles struck here. The damage is extensive, and locally it sparked instant anxiety and anger. A hit like this on an area like this has the potential to have a much more devastating impact in the long term.
Remnants of the missiles remind them more could easily come.
The whole roof collapsed. What has this done to the mindset of the local people here?
Obviously, they are worried and they are somewhat sad that their place of worship has been destroyed and demolished by India.
India maintains it's targeting terrorist infrastructure in Pakistan. The government here flatly rejects that and denies any links to the attack on tourists in Kashmir that led to this. Islamabad, though, has for decades been accused of supporting and financing militants.
Do you accept Pakistan has a terror issue?
Pakistan is a victim of terrorism right now.
Many here want to see a strong response.
This is a matter of national dignity for Pakistan. Our elders, our army, our government look compromised. They better know what they will do.
Do you fear all-out war?
Yes, both countries are nuclear powers. We don't wish for war, but right now it looks like it might happen.
Both countries still believe they're treading carefully, but passions are running high. And this time, the rest of the world seems far less involved. Cordelia Lynch, Sky News, Marikeh, Pakistan.
New developments in the conflict between India and Pakistan. A Pakistani source says India launched another drone attack overnight. India has accused Pakistan of attacking it with drones. Major damage this morning near their disputed border in Kashmir. Listen to how Pakistan's ambassador to the U.S. described the recent violence between the two nations.
Started by India, escalated by India. It's the third night. Pakistan has exercised its right to self-defense.
I don't think India is behaving restrained at all. I'm gonna be honest. Like, I'm not exactly the biggest fan of the Pakistani government either. Having said that, they are the party that is demonstrating restraint. It's fucking nutty. I thought, okay, I'll be honest. I did not think that they would hit inside of Pakistan. I thought they would like hit inside of Kashmir territory, or at least like show evidence and maybe conduct like a joint military operation or something, or get the go-ahead from Pakistan to allow them to conduct a military operation inside of its borders. They came in with zero evidence, and they hit inside of Pakistan borders, not just in Kashmir controlled territory. And then that they demonstrate, they said this is restraint. We're showing restraint. India did. After that, but it seemingly wasn't enough. And now they're going and going and going. I saw Asmongold was covering this, and if you don't cover this as the equal effort, Indians who are frustrated at terrorist attacks will keep leaning away from peace. India's always favored peace in part because they didn't feel confident about defeating Pakistan. Now they do, so they're escalating. Yeah, except I already gave an example where like Balochistan separatists conducting terror attacks or whatever in Pakistan. If Pakistan's retaliation was to just start striking India, I would say that's fucking insane. You see what I mean? The funniest part about this is always is like half the chat will be like, did you see the Pakistan Muslim terrorists did to the Hindus? And then the other chat is like, other half is like, well, you don't understand. This has nothing to do with Hindus versus Muslims, bro. All of India is united. The main military commander that speaks out for these campaigns is Muslim. You don't get it. I'm not even giving you, I know some chatters will say you're giving one-sided analysis, but if you want to see one-sided analysis, I suspect it's probably coming from Asmongold, who doesn't give a shit about either side at all, but automatically sides with India because it's more Israel coded, Israel adjacent, and also because they're killing Muslims, and he probably decides that like it's brown Indian versus brown Indian Muslim. That's a third additional factor involved, so that's probably how he lands on whichever side he chooses to land on that issue. But yeah, I don't think it's just Hindutva fascism. Hindutva fascism, as Arun has talked about in the chat, and it's talked about over and over again, creates a false sense of unity. It turns into just straight up nationalism, Indian nationalism. This is a great example of this as well. Again, the problem with India regarding Kashmir and also Pakistan is Indian nationalism, not just Hindutva. Every big anti-Hindutva opposition party, from liberals to the communists, thinks the de facto military occupation of Kashmir is fine and the missile strikes on Pakistan are good. Yeah. The Communist Party of India has also, from what I've seen, taken a stance where they're like supposed to be the opposition, but this time they're not. Indian liberals and Indian communists will never betray the Indian state line. I got insights that I think Chad would massively benefit from if they want to understand Hindutva ultimately works. Hindutva ultimately falsely creates unity among Hindus, which were never a unified group before the British, but it keeps Brahmins at the top. Yeah. The salt stock dropped following the attack while the Chengdu manufacturer of the J-10s gained a lot. I saw. But it's interesting to see a lot of Indian chatters fall for the same line over and over again. Killing innocents in Poonch is restraint. Brother, is there ever a fucking moment where I said Pakistan's decision making has been appropriate? I'm just saying India is united. Come out of your bubble. I don't give a fuck if India is united, dumbass. It's like saying Israel's united. What? I don't give a shit. Would you care if Pakistan was united in wanting to nuke India? Would you care? Would you be like, oh yeah, that's actually appropriate? That's actually good? No, answer my fucking question, dumb fuck. Would you be like, oh well, I guess Pakistan is united in nuking fucking India, so I guess they have the right to nuke India? Do you think that is a good way to? Is that reason alone? Do you fucking hear yourself? I don't give a shit if India's united, dumbass. Yes, they are united in nuking India. Okay, well, I guess by your same fucking logic, then they're appropriately doing the right things as well. Fuck. Look at their parliament speech. Oh my God, brother. It's not about what they're saying. It's about what their actions are. And in terms of their actions, yes, their retaliation has been limited in comparison to what India has been doing. That's it. You can't literally look at the situation and go, okay, well, Pakistan has also struck back into India as well. I agree. They have. Okay. What has India done in response? India keeps upping the ante. That's the point. Look at the way that Israel and Iran dealt with one another. Israel escalated. Iran retaliated. Israel then retaliated, but only in an incredibly limited fashion. India is not doing that. Okay. India is not doing what Israel did with Iran. Why did Israel behave this way with Iran? The reason why Israel behaved this way with Iran is because they didn't want the entire fucking Gulf states' oil refineries to be lit on fire. That's the reason why they had to demonstrate restraint. India is behaving like a madman without any sort of interest in demonstrating restraint whatsoever. Okay? The nuke here is an I'm exaggerating when I say nukes, you fucking moron. It has nothing to do with nukes. I'm specifically talking, well, it might have something to do with nukes later down the line. I'm simply talking about action versus reaction. That's it. And in terms of action versus reaction, if India were to investigate the terror attacks, figure out who was directly responsible for it, maybe even figure out that there was Pakistani involvement from the state and demand answers from the Pakistani state and demand answers and also demand a military operation within the Pakistani borders, an operation that was conducted that was professionally executed, that actually limited the civilian casualties instead of erroneously striking fucking mosques and shit, then yeah, that would be an appropriate and valid countermeasure against the terror attack that took place. That is precisely what happened after 11/26, as far as I understand. And that was a far more consequential and far bloodier affair overall. So the question I have for you right now is, why the fuck is India not responding in the same way that they did back then? Why is it so much, why is it that seemingly the appetite for death and destruction from Indian society, as you said, united, okay, has gotten way more aggressive? That's something that I worry about. Do you see what I mean? Asmongold had a fairly balanced take. India had Gandhi. It's the country of peace and harmony. Asmongold had a fairly balanced take. Dude, Asmongold would literally laugh at you being ethnically cleansed if you're Indian, okay? He thinks brown people are inferior. What the fuck are you talking about? He just doesn't give a shit, but he is like seemingly siding with you, and that doesn't trigger any fucking alarm bells in your mind, okay? Jesus Christ. I mean, I don't even know that much about India versus Pakistan, but what the fuck does Asmongold know about India versus Pakistan? Holy shit. India bros are attacking you on Asman? Of course they are. I mean, go there then. Go there. Look at the thumbnail of his last video. JD Vance, India, Pakistan is none of our business. Yeah. Pakistan Prime Minister just embarrassed himself on live TV. What actually happened in India? Muslim. Yeah, I wonder why people are looking at this and going, Asmongold has a really balanced take on this. It's two brown countries killing one another. The only reason why he's seemingly taken aside is because one of the brown guys is also Muslim on top of that. It's gotten more aggressive directly because of Hindu nationalism. Minorities are forced to prove their loyalty to the state lest they face persecution from the state. And the Nazis run the state apparatus. The only solution to this is to raise caste consciousness. You're telling me sending 400 plus drones to 20 cities and firing mortars and heavy artillery at the LOC and killing military personnel, showing restraint at every step. GOI has stated it won't show restraint if Pakistan retaliates. What are you? Okay. Do you think India haven't tried what you're saying for decades? It obviously doesn't work. Okay, nuclear escalation then, I guess. The fuck do you mean, dude? Do you think India has not tried what you're saying? So, okay, I guess there's no other option. Nuclear war then, chatters. Like, go off.
But basically, this is not the kind of simplified version of the security situation in the region that I think the world wants to see.
We're going to go live now to New Delhi, India, and bring in CNN's Matthew Chance. Matthew, can you give us the details of what's happening this morning?
Yeah, absolutely, Audie. Well, you join me in a very hot market in the middle of New Delhi, the Indian capital, where I've been speaking to people about what they think of this increasingly dangerous standoff between India and neighbouring Pakistan. And, you know, the general sense you get here is that people are backing the Indian government. They think that the Indian attacks on Pakistan were entirely justified. And that's something that's reflected by Indian officials that I've been speaking to as well, because they're saying that they carried out the airstrikes on Pakistan because of the terror attack that they blame Pakistan for that took place in the Indian administered area of Kashmir last month. Now, there's security measures in place. Already, the Indians have cancelled schools, suspended schools in Jammu and Kashmir. They've suspended schools elsewhere in Punjab province as well, which is close to Pakistan. They've also cancelled all the leave that civil servants are meant to have in this country in preparation, they say, for a possible emergency response. So they are expecting, they say, attacks by Pakistan in the future, in the coming days, potentially. And I think it's fair to say the country is on a state of alert. So very dangerous situation, particularly when you consider, of course, Audie, that both India and Pakistan have nuclear weapons. We're a long way from a nuclear confrontation, but in an issue that is as tense and as emotional as this, it is a danger that really everybody is having at the back of their minds.
CNN's chief global affairs correspondent Matthew Chance speaking to us from India.
Let's stay with this story now and bring in CNN's Nick Robertson covering all of this live this hour from Rawalpindi in northern Pakistan. Nick, give us a sense of what the latest is on the ground this morning.
Yeah, when you're looking at Kashmir across that line of control, there has been intense shelling. People are fleeing the border area right now. That's what we're understanding. Overnight, Pakistani officials told us that India sent more drones into Pakistan. They sent 29, according to Pakistani officials. India sent 29 drones into Pakistan yesterday. One of them came down here, and I'm going to ask Javid just to give us a show and tell here. This is a cafe area. You see some of the metalwork ripped down here. Javid, if you can pan up, you can see there where the drone impacted on the building up there above us. And if you come down here, you get a sense of, look, the shrapnel literally splashed all across the wall here. It came down, the shrapnel marks all over the ground here. A piece of shrapnel lying on the ground. Now, it was about 10:30 in the morning when that happened yesterday. This area here is known as Food Street. Fortunately, at that time, it wasn't too busy, but the window fronts in all these restaurants were blown out. They're being tidied up today. But right behind what you're looking at there is the Rawalpindi Cricket Stadium, and there is a major cricketing event going on here. Well, there was the Pakistan Super League bringing in international players. It's the main cricketing event of the year inside Pakistan. That, because the Foreign Minister said, actually it was the stadium that was the target of the drone. The organizers of this cricketing event have put it on pause. They're moving it to the UAE. That's going to cost several millions of dollars to do. India, in the meantime, is also now pausing matches in the India Premier League, major sporting event there as well. And it's ironic, if you will, that cricket, the sort of unifying thing for the youth of these two nations, is getting affected by these attacks. But this is what people are living in fear of. Here yesterday, one man in his mid-20s was killed, 2 people were injured.
Yeah, Nick Robertson reporting live for us there in northern Pakistan as we continue to see the ripple effects of this conflict, and as many world leaders around the world watch to see if this continues even further into a wider conflict. Nick Robertson, thank you.
There's been new cross-border fire between India and Pakistan. It's raising fears the two nuclear-armed rivals are on the brink of a wider conflict. New video shows damage in the aftermath of attacks overnight in India. The Indian Army says it repelled multiple attacks on Pakistani drones and other munitions along the line of control, which is the de facto border in disputed Kashmir. Pakistan says it destroyed several Indian Army checkpoints along the border in response to what it calls unprovoked firing from the Indian side. Now, in his first public comments on the crisis, India's Prime Minister called for continued alertness. I want to bring in journalist Vedika Sood, who's covering all of this live from Delhi. Good to see you again, Vedika. With tensions heating up, where do things stand right now?
Well, every morning there is some development through the night that we bring to you, and that's what we're going to do today as well. India and Pakistan are trading blame over overnight attacks that have taken place. In fact, the Indian military has come out with a statement, and they have accused Pakistan of sending in munition and missiles from across the border in their northwestern region, and they have said that they targeted military establishments in these areas, a charge that Pakistan has denied repeatedly. I want to also now bring up a statement on X from the Indian Defense Ministry, and I'm going to quote from that statement. The Indian Defense Ministry said, and I quote them here, military stations at Jammu, Pathankot and Udhampur were targeted by Pakistani origin drones and missiles along the international border in Jammu and Kashmir today. The threats were swiftly neutralized. Now, CNN has spoken to people living in these areas who witnessed what had happened overnight local time, and they said that the situation around them was full of panic.
Can we blame this on
and
Trump?
There was palpable tension.
Dude, how do you think this happened? J.D. Vance is literally the fucking Antichrist. He visited India, and then the Kashmir attack happened while he was visiting India. This is directly Donald Trump, okay? This is directly Donald Trump's fault. He said no more conflict around the planet. He said he was going to solve the situation with Russia and Ukraine. Day one. He said he was going to solve the situation with Israel-Palestine. Day one. We're now day 110. None of that has been solved. As a matter of fact, it's only escalated. And also on top of that, he sent his envoy, J.D. Vance, to first assassinate the former pope and put an American pope in charge, and then go to India, and death follows him everywhere he goes, obviously. So then that happened. So now he's directly responsible for India, Pakistan, two nuclear nations. Things are just getting worse and worse.
I also want to draw your attention to visuals that we're now going to bring up of the damage,
terrifying,
the intense damage done to property of residents and to schools along the line of control on the Indian side. You have villagers who've gone back in to those areas that were hit due to cross-border shelling overnight, and you can see the damage done to the property there. CNN again spoke to residents of that area, and one young man spoke to CNN saying that he moved out with some family members while others stayed back, and about 50 to 60 of them were in just one bunker while that heavy cross-border shelling took place. Now let's just talk to you about the international community. I want to start with a statement coming in from the US Vice President. He did say that he is worried about the situation in the South Asian region, but he also said this.
We want this thing to de-escalate as quickly as possible. We can't control these countries, though. Fundamentally, India has its gripes with Pakistan. Pakistan has responded to India. What we can do is try to encourage these folks to de-escalate a little.
Bro, not only did he do it because he was there, but his wife is also Indian, no? That's crazy. Like, him saying that is bold, dude. I feel like if I'm your father-in-law and you say that shit, if I'm your father-in-law and I'm like invested in Turkey in some way, shape, or form, and you came out and said some shit like that, I'll smack the fuck out of you, bro. I'd be giving you a call. I'd be giving you a fucking call real quick. Be like, what the fuck do you mean it's not our business? Say Pakistan is the enemy right now, dude. The fuck? Would you ever blame the terrorists? They were Pakistani citizens. Would you ever cover that? This guy is going to lose his mind. The international didn't care about the terrorist attacks, but they cared to support Pakistan. Yes, dude. We all love Pakistan, okay? You have to understand. We all love Pakistan. The international community, I talk to them. Why do you think I'm in France right now? I'm here talking to Macron. And guess what we're talking about? How much we love Pakistan and how much we hate India, dude. You nailed it. Everybody loves Muslims. The Western world stands with Pakistan, chatter. You are fucking right, okay?
A little bit, but we're not going to get involved in the middle of war that's fundamentally none of our business.
In other developments from within India, civil servants have been asked not to go.
That one chatter is so funny. Every time he says some shit, I just keep replying with the most insane statements. And I feel like he takes everything I say super seriously and gets extra angry, like I'm being sincere. He literally said, yeah, they did. The world did support them in the Bangladeshi genocide. Like, yeah, dude, I was being sincere. Thank you.
On leave over the next few days, and also there's a high alert that has been issued in most of the airports across the country. Back to you, Kim.
Oh, I appreciate you bringing us the latest on this. Vedika Sood live in Delhi. Thank you so much.
Well, joining me now is India's High Commissioner to the UK, Vikram Doraiswamy. Thank you so much, High Commissioner, for joining us here on the programme. Our correspondent Cordelia Lynch was just reporting there from Pakistan, and she also talked about the warning that Pakistan has issued, saying the world will find out when they do.
Why are you even a political commentator? You should be sincere. Chatter, it's because I'm afraid. Okay? It's because I'm afraid. Can I be sincere with you for a moment? Pakistan controls the media. Okay? It's not like everyone's wrong. People are like, oh, Jews control the media. Oh, the Irish control the media. It's not. It's Pakistanis. Were you afraid to bring the Yemeni kid? No, because Pakistan loves the Yemeni kid. Do you see what I'm saying? That's why I had the Yemeni kid on. Because Pakistan was like, you have to have him on. And I was like, okay. Cover the Indian press conference. No, I can't. Pakistan doesn't want me to cover it. I want to, but I can't. Wait, so you're not funded by Qatar? What do you think Qatar is funded by? Pakistan. Behind every rock is Pakistan. My life for Pakistan. I want to be in the Pakistani Air Force.
Strike back. How concerned are you that this thing is just going to start to escalate?
Oh no!
Let me
Anonymous
point out
Pakistani government. Give this 100
is Pakistan's sponsored terror group's attack on civilians in Pahalgam on 22nd April. You know, our response thereafter was precise, targeted, reasonable, and moderate. It was focused principally and solely on terrorist infrastructure. We did not strike the Pakistani military establishment. We did not strike national infrastructure. And we made...
Bro. This is literally Israel, dude. The Turk is proud of his own creation. That's the real secret. Behind Pakistan is Turkey. That's the real meta. Pakistan is behind the media, but you know who's behind Pakistan? Recep Tayyip Erdogan, baby. Adolf Turkler. Adolf Türkoğlu.
Made abundantly clear, including in the briefing that was given yesterday morning by our permanent secretary, our foreign secretary, and by military officers, that the object of this exercise was clearly to avoid military escalation. The fact was actually acknowledged in a left-handed way, of course, by the Pakistani side in terms of their own statements, official statements, which said that the airspace hadn't been violated and that, no military establishments were attacked.
And yet they did say that civilians were killed in this attack.
You see the images that they put out themselves. These were at places well known and identified even in Western media for many, many years as central points in the terrorism infrastructure of the Jaish-e-Mohammed, the Lashkar-e-Taiba, the Hizbul Mujahideen, well-known parts of that infrastructure and those establishments.
Can you confirm that the leader...
Did that one Indian chatter stop posting? Because I really love him. Hasan, why are you so biased on this issue? It actually is. You are the most biased. I already told you because Pakistan controls the media. Where's the guy? This is the other guy, but I want the previous guy. He was way funnier because he seemed more sincere. This guy is just like trolling. I mean, can you at least try to understand the Indian side? I do. What do you mean? I get it. Hindus were directly targeted in occupied Kashmir territory by radical elements that get training inside of Pakistani borders. Okay? I know. I understand it. I have addressed this already. I'm simply talking about state versus state violence and what is appropriate and what is inappropriate. I'm here. Don't worry. I would be here till you cover India. They didn't. Pakistan has shown no proof. To be honest, Kemal Atatürk inspired the Pakistani movement. Yes, finally. They were Pakistani citizens, not inside the border. They have bombed our country for years now. Anyway. The Hindu supremacist movement is kind of silly with respect to within the context of Western hegemony. Dude, it's not. There are so many Indians, bro. It's actually not like that at all. It's actually pretty fucking severe over there. It's unironically like Western elitist, Western chauvinist attitudes that somehow belittles like India and Indian fascism. Because we're just like, oh, they're over there. When they come here, they're like second-class citizens. Who gives a fuck? Lol. It's like, it's this weird white supremacist attitude that we have towards a nuclear nation with billions of fucking people in it that have grown this like incredibly unstable fascist movement that in times of terror attacks like this one, basically unite the different factions of the fucking government. And it makes it a billion-man strong fascist army. That's terrifying. You know what I mean? The Hindu nationalist orgs operating in the U.S. like Hindu American Foundation. It's operating right under their nose. Yeah, they're trying to do Israel lobby shit too. Hindutva is irrelevant. RSS made the statement that they want to break India and unite and do communal disharmony. Hindutva are losers, dude. More people voted directly against them. Hindutva would not survive. It's not related to this. Hindutva is irrelevant. RSS made a statement that they would break the India and unite and do communal disharmony. Like, what will it take for Marshall? What would you say is an escalation from India? If India did, what military action would you consider that to be a severe escalation and they need to dial it back? The American Hindutva organizations are irrelevant. No, they're not. What would cause you to say, okay, maybe India went too far? I'm serious. I want to know. Directly attack civilians, open firing like Pakistan. If they do it, I would say they went too far. Bro, what are you talking about? They did it the first fucking night. The mosque that you say is a terror mosque was civilians. Like, what are you saying? How do you look at that and go, well, that's a terror mosque? That's where the madrasa is, where they learn how to do terrorism. If they were civilians, why did Pakistani army went to the funeral of terrorists? What? Dude, I don't know how to answer this question. Like, do you think, I'm sure he's going to talk about it right now, but do you think like the fucking kids that died were like terrorist militants or something? What the fuck? Now I don't want to watch this video because he's gonna like the video that I'm watching. But here, well, let's watch it.
Founder of Jaish-e-Mohammed's family members were killed in this strike?
Well, they put it out on their own social media. This is not us confirming. It is on well-known hand.
Yeah, bro, that's his family, dumbass. The fuck? We already know this from day one. BBC reported on it too. He will never recover if you skip this. I know, but I don't want to piss him off that much. Well, let's just keep watching.
Handles, social media handles of the group.
High Commissioner, I want to ask you about Chinese-made Pakistani fighter jet planes that say they shot down at least 2 Indian military aircraft on Wednesday. What is your reaction?
You're viewing a few new haters of this one. Few? I think the like Hasan doesn't understand India crowd is going to be so much larger. I think that's a far more consequential enemy base than anything. Like the Hasan says fuck Israel crowd is, they have a lot of motion, right? They have institutional legitimacy. They can flex their institutional muscle. They can get articles written about me in the Free Press and Daily Mail, stuff like that. The Hasan is anti-India crowd, on the other hand, has one thing that Israel will never have: raw numbers. Same level of loyalty, if not crazier. Same level of anti-Islam sentiment baked into their collective consciousness. But more importantly than anything else, raw fucking numbers. It is truly a terrifying force to reckon with. I am legitimately more afraid of the Indian audiences coming after me than I am of like India nuking me, okay? To be honest, you yourself are far more removed from India than you are from the MENA region. Oh, this is true. This is true. I'm the first to admit that I'm not the most knowledgeable on this stuff. But anytime I've opened the door into Indian people's business, I actually have shuttered the door in fear, because the new technology that I see, like the new racism technology that I see on Indian Twitter, is parts hilarious, but parts terrifying, where I'm like, how did they come up with these? Like, how did they come up with this kind of racism? And it's such a crazy racism. I guess I can bring it back to my experiences like a Turkish man growing up in Turkey and then coming to America. And as soon as I came to the United States of America, despite looking white, I lost my like in-group status, because when I was in Turkey, I'm a part of the dominating in-group, right? In America, all of a sudden, my name is Hasan. You know, post 9/11 America, I'm going to experience some levels of stereotyping, a little bit of bigotry, all that stuff. So I understand how Indians operate in the way that, like, if they are the upper caste in India, and then they come to the United States of America, they carry over that supremacist attitude here, and they can't even contend with why Americans don't see them as such. Like, they don't understand from the American's perspective, the highest of the highest caste Indian man is still Indian. Americans literally will look at you and go, what are you saying? You're brown. Like, they'll hit you with like the most basic levels of racism. In the same way that like Turks who find themselves to be above Arabs, for example, on the racial pecking order within Islam, they don't realize that the Western world does not treat them any differently than they treat Arabs. They look to Turks and they look to Muslims and they look to Albanians as well in the same way that they look to Arabs. Does that make sense? Same with those Iranians. Yes, Iranians is another great example of this. Like, there is a racial pecking order where white supremacy is supreme. It is the most supreme version of racism. Okay? It is the most domineering force on this planet. Its underpinning comes from colonial exploitation for centuries. It's undefeated. It's a totally different demon. For all the Indian chatters in here that are like, you know, maybe operating with a different understanding. You are not qualified to talk on this subject. You just generalize. Hasan is so racist. These generalizations are so crazy. Have you ever met Indians? But isn't Muslim Twitter pretty racist as well against Hindus? That's not true. Have you ever met Indiana? I've met Indiana. These generalizations are crazy. Hasan is so racist. You just generalize old Indians. You are not qualified to talk on the subject. You don't know any of it. Don't worry. I haven't had Arun on yet to spare him. Okay? Because I feel like they're going to kill my man. All right? Tamil Hasanabi. Like, I worry for his safety because these guys are going to get extra mad at Arun when they like, I've seen the comments, bro. I've seen the comments that this man is receiving, okay? No, I'm not. Caste system is horrible. Oh my God. I never said you are justifying it. Just be careful. Use of hyperbolic language to the best of your ability with this one. If Arun is still in the chat here, after this video is over, we'll have him on.
Response to that?
Well, you had the defense minister on your show a couple of days ago. He said that the evidence for that was on social media.
This is my favorite type of commentary, though. I'm Pakistani. Pakistan and India, corrupt governments are in bed with each other, and this is all a hoax to improve their status among some people who don't understand. BJP's Modi has done this every time just before election to get votes. Pakistani and Indian population is not worried about it. I don't think that that's the case, man. I'm going to be honest. I feel like they definitely do care. Like, the populations definitely do care about this. And I don't know if they're in collaboration with one another. If you were to say both the Pakistani administration and the Indian administration are corrupt, I agree 100%. But if you think that they're in cahoots with one another, I don't agree. I don't think they are. I wish they were. So that, they would just slowly peter away from the tit for tat.
By that yardstick, today's media all over in India over the last 3 hours has reported the shoot down of 2 Chinese-made fighter jets and an F-16 and an airborne early warning platform.
Well, High Commissioner,
I don't believe the point that I was trying to make, if I may just complete that. Look, if it satisfies Pakistan's ego to say that they've done something, they could have used that as an off-ramp to move on. But clearly they chose not to, and they've continued to escalate the matter.
This is a report I'm reading from Reuters based on 2 U.S. officials telling Reuters this.
He's like, no, it's a lie. That didn't happen. Pakistan is just lying to make themselves feel better. But obviously, it's a lie because they're still escalating, which is crazy to say they're the ones who are escalating. Pakistan is escalating. And then she checks him. She checks him with a Reuters report to be like, well, seems like Western media is also saying this. To which I hope he retaliates. Well, as you know, Pakistan controls the media.
They're saying it's the first time that Western officials have confirmed that there was high confidence that Pakistan had used the Chinese-made J-10 aircraft to launch air-to-air missiles against Indian fighter jets, bringing down at least 2.
This is something that, let's ask Reuters. But my larger sense is that there is no evidence of that. We haven't actually confirmed any such thing. The better point is to ask, actually, if all of this is true and if Pakistan has essentially succeeded in making its point as it wanted to, why are they not stopping? The question you have to ask yourself, however, is the other one, which is that if
Pakistan... the question is literally, why is India not stopping? If they actually carried out a successful attack and none of their planes fell, why is India not stopping? Like, shouldn't the journalists at the table ask that question? She's just so biased.
Pakistan says it's retaliating, as my colleague...
India has stopped? Brother, there are reports that they hit another military base. What are you talking about? India has stopped. We were just returning fire. Okay, so India hasn't stopped. I like that every party involved is like, no, you don't understand. We're retaliating. Like, Pakistan's like, no, you don't get it. We're retaliating. India's like, no, you don't get it. We're retaliating. Okay. So the event that unfolded all of this, the first strike, India claims, was the attack on Kashmir. Okay. They have thus far not brought out any information as to why this was a operation conducted by the Pakistani intelligence or the Pakistani government. They just simply went with, it's our word for it. It's our word against yours. We're going to fuck you up.
Pakistan High Commissioner said here yesterday. What are they retaliating about? They're retaliating against attacks on terrorism infrastructure. So what does that tell you of their relationship with the terror groups?
Well, they're saying that they're distancing themselves completely from Pahalgam, and they're saying they had nothing to do with it. They've said that they've asked for an investigation, and India has refused an international investigation that they were happy to cooperate in.
Well, this is a story we've heard multiple times before. In 2016, after the...
In the coming days, you should invite someone more knowledgeable on the subject. I have. You're just not going to like it. And after this video is over, I will, once again. You're just not going to like what he's going to say. I'm just letting you know ahead of time. Okay? I already have. And I will again. You're just not going to appreciate what he has to say. And don't worry, he's not a scary Pakistani Muslim. Okay? Well, he is secretly. He's also secretly in the pocket of Pakistan. He's in the deep pocket of Pakistan, just like I am. We get together in Discords and talk about how we want to join the Pakistani Air Force every day. Thank you for the checks, Pakistan. Check getting triggered in time, -20 alert. Yeah.
Pathankot attack, which you referred to, we offered them an unprecedented amount of access to an Indian Air Force base, which had been attacked at Pathankot. DNA sample.
Like, he's like, Chad is like, dude, you don't understand. India's not actually attacking. They're just retaliating. Pakistan military spokesperson says Indian airplanes fired missiles on an airbase in Rawalpindi. He adds that multiple military bases were targeted by Indian missiles. But that's just retaliation, dude. You don't get it.
Samples, telephone records, the whole works. It was supposed to be a joint investigation. We never got invited for the second part of it.
And then everybody points to the the Pakistani defense minister admitting to harboring terrorists. I know, man. I saw that too. I know. And I know what he was talking about, okay? I've covered it extensively. Some might even say part of my America Deserved 9/11 actually is directly what he's talking about, okay?
Frankly, each time, if you go all the way back to 2008 to the Mumbai terror attacks, where a substantial amount of information and material evidence was provided to the world and to Pakistan, who made the same generous offer of cooperation.
One of the funniest things out of all of this has been to see all of the Defend the West white supremacist accounts all posting so aggressively about India. Like, how did that happen? I don't know what happened, but so many of the Defend the West, Greek statue avatar, white supremacist accounts, all of a sudden are incredible experts that seemingly always align with India. I don't know why. I don't know how. I don't know how that happened, but I'm seeing so much of it. All the pro-Israel accounts that are also white supremacist accounts that are like, we got to defend the West from Muslim invasion. Every single one of them is posting about India right now. What is this? Casteism is insane.
They've used it for is to hide their tracks.
Caste discrimination is fucking insane. My friend is marrying a different subcaste of Brahmin than she is. Her future stepmom literally said she will have to wash her house with holy water after she visits, and said that her kind is not worth being anything other than prostitutes. I swear to God. What the fuck?
And to take away fundamentally what are assets of their deep state.
High Commissioner, I'm just going to keep you there because I just want to give our viewers and audience some context and bring that in. And I just want to pause for a moment, just remind our viewers how the two countries stack up against.
Dude, it's so crazy because it's like, it's the meme of like the Indian flag, Pakistani flag, and it's two brown dudes going, I fucking hate your guts and I hope you die, right? That's the American attitude. You are taking his word for it. Good job. Bro, I'm taking your word for it too. Like, listen, Arun, who I know, who is Indian, okay? He confirmed the story. He said that is a likely story. Yeah, that tracks. Okay? I know he's Indian. I don't know if you're Indian or not. And I take your word for it too. And I don't even know if you're Indian or not. Yeah, Arun is Tamil. So what's up? Yeah, I'm going to take his word for it. What happened? You were like, Indian voices matter. And then when I actually listened to Indian voices, you're like, no, not those Indian voices. He's like, not those fucking Indian voices. Just my Indian voice matters. Motherfuckers are more racist than white people. That's hard to say. I don't think that they're more racist. They're just like a different kind of racist. But also in the same way that they also experience racism as well from white people. I want to go that far, but they do have like the ancient tomes of racism. Like they have really unique ways of being racist, which is crazy. But from the perspective, and I'll admit, like even myself as a Turkish person or even as an American citizen, I look at that and I'm like, why the fuck are these motherfuckers yelling at one another? Like, why do they hate each other so viciously, right? And that is, unironically, the Western attitude here, where they're like, look at these fucking brown dudes killing each other. This makes no sense. Like, that is how they look at this. They're like, what is going on?
Tell them militarily. Now, India has over 1.2
This is, by the way, this is before. I mean, it's like the Balkans, okay? It's kind of like the Balkans, but with like thousands and thousands of years of more history and more racism and a calcified caste system on top of that. It's like Balkan posting on steroids. But then there's also internal conflict in India as well. I mean, there's internal conflict in Pakistan too, but there's certainly a lot of internal conflict in India as well. And then on top of that, there's like internal caste conflict. It's too much. Figure it out, man. You need Maoism. You needed an Indian Mao so bad. He would have whipped this shit up straight. I'm not talking Gandhi.
Active personnel in its army. Pakistan has less than half of that, 560,000. In the Navy, India has 75,000 active personnel and Pakistan has 30,000. In the Air Force, India has almost 150,000.
Indian Mao, whose name would probably be like Stalin Hitler or something.
Personnel,
uniting all sides of Indian politics.
Pakistan, again, has less than half with 70,000. But let's look at the Chinese factor now into the equation. China is by far Pakistan's largest weapons supplier, providing 81% of imports from 2020 to 2024. In contrast, Russia is your country's largest supplier, India's, and provided 36% of its weapon imports in the same period. How worried is India about the China factor?
I don't see why we should be. The Chinese have a relationship with us also. Their own statements of yesterday from their Foreign Office and their Foreign Office spokespersons have been, by the broad metrics of the reactions elsewhere, been largely in the center. I don't see why that should be a factor.
It doesn't worry you then that they supply such a high...
Damn, she's glazing the Chinese weapons, dude. She's like, India is seeing the glories of the Dongfeng missiles. The Dongfeng missile systems. India is does it worry you? Does it make you cower in your boots, sir, to see the glory of China's weapon systems? The rest of the world certainly is watching what it looks like when Western weapons are met with superior technology from China.
Level of military hardware to Pakistan, 80% or so. And that's the accusation in terms of what shot down these two Indian military aircraft?
Well, according to the same sets of unknown and unnamed people, we've supposedly shot down two Chinese fighters earlier today. I don't know if these are true. Nobody knows if this is true, unless actual evidence is put out of it, although the press is now suggesting in India that they even have, they've even had pilots who've ejected and been captured. Now, the reality is simply this. China requires a relationship with all of its neighbors, that includes us. Its defense relationship with Pakistan is long-standing. It is for Pakistan to decide whether it chooses to use its military hardware for its self-defense or to actually attack other countries. This has been the problem even with material supplied by the United Kingdom or by the US in the past. Essentially, it's been taken on the guise of fighting terror.
He's lying, but Pakistan did shoot down Rafales. Show the evidence to make Indian chatters bald. I don't want them to bald.
Like the F-16 aircraft bought in the mid-2000s. And as we all know, the F-16 has principally been used against us, including in 2019.
That's correct. Pakistan says that it will strike at a time and place of its choosing, and India will be made aware of that. Is India worried and preparing for this and potential scenarios?
We have made it abundantly clear in our official statement, again, as I said, both yesterday and today. We're not looking for an escalation, but if Pakistan responds, as we have done, we will respond proportionately and in exactly the same line.
Which would be what? Targeting these terror bases or
Well,
not?
look, if we have said if the military is attacked, we had not attacked their military. As they've now started trying to attack our bases, we've hit back at their air defense systems and at their units too. But I do want to remind everybody that for the last 15 days, they've also opened up artillery fire along the line of control, also in Jammu and Kashmir. So that has had a civilian toll. So for everybody who's worrying about that, this has been going on for the last 2 weeks.
I just want to come back to this point on the Indian military aircraft. I know India is not confirming this situation. There are now Western officials coming out. The French have said that they have an understanding that the aircraft, the Rafale that India has been hit. Are you concerned that you're going to continue to have this kind of loss?
I don't think so.
I feel like she's egging him on. She's like, come on. Yo, they fucking your shit up right now, fam. They got them Chinese missiles coming out the wazoo. She's like, bro. Bro, they are fucking up the Indian Air Force real bad. What do you have to say to this? He's actually pretty reserved, for the record, all things considered, you know?
So, what is the purpose? First of all, we don't know if this has happened. But as a famous British admiral once said, the purpose of military infrastructure and hardware is for it to be used, right? If it serves its purpose, and it all serves its purpose brilliantly, I think there is little doubt that we have hit with great precision as many as 9 terror infrastructure camps. We have shown we have the capacity to hit with surgical precision at individual buildings within the terror camps. What we are then signaling is we have the capacity, if Pakistan escalates it, we have the capacity to really punish them harder.
High Commissioner, I just have a minute left, but I've spoken to a retired general who in Pakistan who referenced India funding and backing the Baluch Liberation Army. They've said that they have done that for years, and when I asked him about Masood Azhar, he said, well, their family members were targeted. Should we be doing the same to, the high-level militants from the BLA, the Baluch Liberation Army, that are seen and operate within Delhi?
Well, look, let me show you this photograph of yesterday, I believe it is, to your viewers. This person here is a sanctioned terrorist under the American sanctions regime. His name is Hafiz Abdur Rauf. He's a brother of the founder of the terrorist groups that you're mentioning. Look who's behind him, Pakistani military. Look at the coffins there. They have the Pakistani national flag. If you're going to be giving terrorists state funerals, what does that make of your system?
Bro,
everybody knows that for the last 30 years,
the fuck? Why am I muted? I just realized this guy is the chatter. This guy's the chatter. He dropped every talking point that the chatter's been blasting. Oh my God. Yo, we got fucking, dude, that's kind of sick. That's kind of sick. Are you him? Yeah, notice how he didn't respond to the what do you have to say to the evidence that suggests that India has been arming and funding and offering logistical offering training and logistics to the Balochistan Liberation Army. And he's like, well, look at this photograph. That's pretty sick. It's better your big brain stay out of this conflict. I don't know who the fuck the dude is, and I don't know what the context is, but what I do know is he did not respond to the question, because the question has nothing to do with whether or not Pakistan is allowing fundamentalists to exist and to even train within its borders. That is true. We know that that is true. Okay? The question is what you do about it. This is precisely the reason why I kept saying, like, okay, well, you know, there's Balochistan separatists that India has offered training to. Okay? Like, is it okay if Pakistan strikes India? And when I ask that question to people, not funny, no funny, also truth is same. We are not doing that. We're not funding them. Just people of India are sympathetic to BLA. Okay. Well, then people of Pakistan are sympathetic to those guys. Okay. What do you mean? What is happening here? Yeah, the Pakistani military is sympathetic to that guy, and the Indian government is, oh my god, I found a Pakistan version of that chatter. Indian Saya, bro, watch the fucking press conference by Pak is in English, please. It presents so much evidence. Dude, okay. If this wasn't such a serious situation with two nuclear nations that have so much smoke for one another in direct contest with one another, I would I would joke about this more, but goddamn. Nah, don't insult me like that. I mean, Hindutva, average India, like Pakistan being screwed. We don't support terrorists attacking trains and attacking innocent people. What do you mean? First of all, you're wrong. There is evidence that they have offered training, at least on reporting that I've seen and I've read on this broadcast. But secondly, the point isn't that, like, there isn't validity to separatist groups or anything like that. The point is, like, what does the Pakistani government do? BLA attack trains and innocent people. Yeah, it doesn't matter. They're getting training from the Indian government because separatist movements are beneficial for India against Pakistan, just like separatist movements are beneficial for Pakistan against India. The point I'm trying to make is, what do each of these states do? Wait, what the fuck? Retired Indian Major General Bakshi, India is a nuclear power. We can blast the hell out of Turkey if we want.
That India is a nuclear power. India is a space power. Yeah. We can blast the hell out of Turkey if required.
Yeah.
Turkey has...
Yo, chill. Hey, yo. Bro. Brother. Hey. Oh. Man, Indian politics is awesome. Indian politics is so crazy with it. He said we can blast the hell out of fucking Turkey with our nukes. Okay, bro. Benchod.
Misbehaving for quite some time.
For misbehaving.
You know, they recruited Erdogan, and you forget that India is a nuclear power.
Indian anchors have also threatened to nuke Canada on television as well. That's fucking dope. That's pretty sick. Uh-oh, they know. They know Pakistan is Turkish.
Pakistan has used this as a means of subcritical warfare against India. If the international community really wants to be able to look at this and worry about it, the simple solution is to tell Pakistan it has an opportunity for an off-ramp. These are things that the world should have compelled Pakistan to do.
So what, like India doesn't have an off-ramp? Like, I don't understand. No off-ramps for India. Is Pakistan.
30 years ago, and to compel them to implement their promises about taking down this infrastructure. It has not done so.
We can't verify these images ourselves, and this is part of one of the problems, High Commissioner, that both sides, there's a lot of information coming out, but independent journalists, foreign journalists are not being given access. The Pakistanis have said to me, you're free to come to the sites that have been targeted, and we can take you to the line of control as well with the military to show you what's been hit and targeted. And in the same way, the information that we find...
Why do you completely ignore the photo he showed? What? Because it had nothing to do with the fucking answer. Also, why are you getting mad at me? She has an even worse response than me. She literally goes, we can't verify what that photo is. You just like showed me a photo. What am I supposed to do with this? Like,
that we're getting out of, and this image that you've shown was shown at a press conference that the military in Delhi put out as well. But that is part of the problem here as well, isn't it, High Commissioner? I mean, there is an information warfare that's taking place.
Of course you would ignore the photo, law. No, I'm not. Okay. I'm not ignoring the photo. Okay. What the guy is saying about the photo is not true. The guy who did the prayer, the dead, wasn't Abdul Rauf Azhar, but Hafiz Abdul Rauf, and the guy himself has issued a video stating he has no relation to the terrorists. But even if he did, I still wouldn't give a shit. Like, what do you mean? Okay. Yeah, they're fucking at the funeral of a child and a terrorist is there and they're posing behind it. My point is that photo is completely and utterly irrelevant to the question she asked, which was, okay, you're in a unique situation here as a member of the Indian government, where the Indian government also has links and ties to the separatist movements that are operating inside of Pakistan, the same way that the Pakistani government has links that you're suggesting to terror groups that are operating inside of India. And he literally turned around and was like, well, look at this photograph. And he did not answer the question at all.
Independent journalists can't seem to get access to either side.
Well, look, it is a fluid situation out there. I don't know how helpful it would be to have independent journalists or any kind of journalists wandering around in an area where there is active military operations happening. The logical solution would be, as we've said repeatedly, for Pakistan to take the opportunity of an off-ramp, which we have made abundantly clear, including this morning, that if Pakistan stops attacking our military facilities, the matter ends there. But it is for them to decide.
All right, we're going to have Arun on now so that you guys can yell at an Indian dude instead of me, because I'm sick and tired of you yelling at me, okay? If you have the, what? One of the chatters called Arun a DMK agent already, and he hasn't even been on yet, which is cool. That's cool. He's not even on yet. Okay. All right.
Hold on. What's up?
Is your microphone fixed?
I got you. What's up? Can you hear me? Hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I bought a new microphone, but I need a Rodecaster still. I need to buy that.
Okay.
Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna fix my. I can't hear you.
Wait, you can't hear me? I'm not talking. I'm talking now.
Wait, I can't hear you.
Wait, what the fuck? Hold on.
Like I can hear you through stream, but I can't hear you.
Hold on. It might be Discord. Hold on. I'll fix it. Input device, default microphone. What about now? Can you hear me now? Hello? No, you can't hear me that way. Mic test, mic test, mic test. Oh, no, it's not showing. Mic test, mic test, mic test, mic test. Nope, that's not working either.
I can hear my voice in the stream.
Yeah,
right? If I unmute the stream, then I can hear myself. So chat can obviously hear me.
Hold on. No, we can hear you. Oh shit.
Let me double.
What if I use this? Okay, I'll just use this. It's dog shit, but I'll just use this as a for now. You know what I mean? Because it's just not.
Let me turn you down. I got you. I got you.
Because it's on my laptop, and I'm on my laptop. I don't have the. Okay.
Got you. I also pulled myself up on camera if you want to.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna show you. I have you. Hold on. Where the fuck? How do I hide myself? Okay, whatever. I'll just show myself. Hold on. Disable video? Nope. It's the wrong one. I'm trying to hide myself on the pop-up, but I can't figure it out. But it's fine. Okay, whatever. Fuck it. All right. We'll just do it live. We'll just do it live. All right. Aruna now, everybody.
What's up, everyone? What's up, everyone? There you go. Okay, I see myself on.
Why are you defending Pakistan?
It's a good question. I don't know. They
how much did they
I don't
pay
know. Their
you?
food spice here.
How much did they pay
The cost
you?
per murgi is less. I don't know. The cost per chicken is much less. No, I'm just joking. The chicken cost in Pakistan is much less than in India. You know.
How much did they pay you? Be honest. Well, you're a secret Muslim. We found out.
Yeah, totally, man. Totally. I think it was like 5 million rupees, which is like $5.
Okay, so let me ask you this: do you feel like my analysis on the situation is crazy when I say like both of these nation states have their faults, have their own scandals, have their own corruption, have their own supremacist ideologies? Having said that, I feel like so far I'm seeing a level of bloodlust from India, both the population and the government, and a need for escalation from the Indian government that I am a little bit worried about. Do you feel like it's
no,
unfair?
you're not off base. No, you're generally in the right. So yes, India has been I've been keeping up with the news lately, or with the Indian news coverage of everything. And Murtaza Hussain over at Drop Site had a really interesting take that I thought was happening for a little bit, but looks like I was wrong. But you're generally right. Yes, both Pakistan and India are effectively states that were created by the upper crusts of the subcontinent. And there's a lot of history behind how like Pakistan and India were actually like created. Pakistan has since devolved into effectively a far right-wing military dictatorship that funds militant groups, sends them over to the border into Kashmir, right? And India has also, for decades upon decades upon decades, there is a marked difference between India under Modi and India under, Congress leaders such as Manmohan Singh and other leaders preceding Manmohan Singh, in that India was at least like, there was always an undercurrent of Hindu nationalism happening underneath, which came to a head in the 90s when the Mandal Commission happened.
Okay, hold on. I need you to address the Indian chatter.
Can we address the elephant in the room of Arun knows Russia won't invade moment from the last collab? Yeah. Okay. Listen. I didn't think it was going to happen. I'm going to be 100% honest. I did not I didn't think it was going to happen. I didn't.
Look. Okay. Don't worry about that. Here, listen to him. He said India became this way because of Muslims. Muslims did this. Pakistan started this bloodlust. Dude, Pakistani army has done a genocide. Ask him to show how this started. India was made like this because of Pakistan. Hindutva existed before Mandal Commission. Hindutva started with Muslim League.
Okay, he's right in that Hindutva existed before the Mandal Commission. What I'm the event that I'm referencing is the demolition of the Babri Masjid in the 90s that happened in the wake of the Mandal Commission. That's what I'm talking about. Okay? That is Hindu. Okay, so going back to what I was saying earlier, right? What Hindutva is at its ultimate core, like if you've noticed, almost every leader, I think every leader of, you know, the RSS, the Rashtriya Swayamsevak Sangh, has been Brahmins, right? They've always come from either some sort of upper caste or they're Brahmins, right? And why is that? And the reason is the way Hindutva or Hindu nationalism, they're the same thing. They're effectively the same thing. The way they operate and their modus operandi is by blurring the divisions, the caste antagonisms that exist within India to basically attack Muslims and Christians, right? RSS is caste extremist organization. Okay, so I think this dude's like a lib or something, I'm assuming. He sounds like a lib to me, but Hindu Muslim happened before Babri. Dude, let's talk about how India and Pakistan got partitioned a little bit, okay? A little bit of history. So you had one group of people called the Muslim League that was basically saying, hey, Muslims are going to be persecuted under a Hindu majority India. Now, that reasoning on its own is not incorrect, especially if you look at Modi right now, right? That's not an incorrect reasoning. But what was happening is that most of the Muslim League, if you actually look at the leadership of the Muslim League, especially Muhammad Ali Jinnah, right, who is the founder of Pakistan, right? They all came from basically upper caste Muslim backgrounds, upper class Muslim backgrounds. And there was a counter movement to the Muslim League at the time that was basically, no, what about 70 years of secular rule? Dude, I just said that earlier, boss. Boss, I said that, yes, everyone else was, everyone that was from the Congress party and up until Modi, until Modi took power, and also Vajpayee took power. Vajpayee is BJP, right? Until those two guys took power, the Congress leaders are at least secular. They claim to be super secular, and they are considerably more secular than, yes, both the Hindu Mahasabha and the Muslim League were going and telling people to mark their religion as Hindu or Muslim. Now the problem is both Hindus, the caste system in Hinduism is extreme, right? It's the worst in Hinduism. But the thing is, because caste is such an integral part of subcontinental society, it's penetrated every other religion, right? So Christians also practice caste, right? So Christians also practice untouchability, and so do Muslims in the subcontinent. They also practice untouchability and caste as well. So there was a counter movement to the Muslim League saying, hey, we are not represented by Muhammad Ali Jinnah. It's called the Momin Conference. And they basically went to Nehru, who was the head of the Indian National Congress at the time, and they basically said, hey, listen, what Jinnah is doing is they're coming from elite backgrounds that don't represent us. Now, what happened was Nehru basically literally came back and said, yes, we agree that the Muslim League is basically run by elite upper caste Muslims, right? But we have to go along with partition, because if we let you guys have a voice, if we let you guys have that sort of voice, then what'll happen is the oppressed caste in our ranks in the Indian National Congress will try and rise against us. So the only reason that partition happened, or Nehru actually agreed to partition mainly, was because it would actually reveal the caste antagonisms within this entire charade, right? And that's what I was trying to get at, right, with this chatter.
By the way, we don't have to listen to this guy. I'm just
No, I know. It's up to you. It's up to. It's all up to.
I mean, it's cathartic watching you yell at chatters.
I mean, I do. I mean, this is what I do.
Never brought Hindu code bill even after RSS opposition.
Okay, dude. Whatever.
All right. Anyway, go on. Go on with what you were going to talk about.
So that's how partition actually kind of happened.
So why are you hiding the truth that Pakistan is actually striking back extra hard and so much harder than India ever struck Pakistan?
Oh yeah, totally, man. It's not like I've been saying in chat this entire time that Pakistan has been hitting Kashmir this entire time. They've been hitting Kashmiri villages in Jammu and villages in Indian-controlled Kashmir on the other side of the border. Yeah, totally, man. Totally, man. I've never said that. Dude, I'm so pro-Pakistan that I have genuinely backed the Baloch Yagjeti Committee, have criticized Pakistan for imprisoning Marang Baloch. I've also criticized Pakistan vehemently for literally selling weapons to Sri Lanka. Like, they're also complicit in the Tamil genocide. Maybe not to the same extent India is, because India actually committed war crimes against the Tamils. But yeah, I'm totally pro-Pakistan. Totally, man. Yeah, I'm totally pro-Pakistan. I've never criticized Pakistan before. Absolutely. Also, the funny thing is, so when you had me last, right? You also had Pakistanis criticizing me for saying, "Oh, Pakistan cares about Kashmiris. Kashmir is actually the jugular of Pakistan. You don't understand. We are ideologically aligned with Kashmir." Yeah, totally, dude. That's why the Pakistani army just slaughtered 10 civilians across the line of control. Absolutely. Totally, man.
Okay. But in terms of attacks, where the attacks are landing, what the severity of said attacks are, regardless of Pakistan also striking across the line of control, it seems as though India is directly striking inside of Pakistan in a way where Pakistan, as far as I understand, and maybe I'm wrong, in a way that Pakistan has not returned the favor on.
See, sorry, one more thing. Indian speaking on Pakistan, great. You're fantastic.
Okay. Well, you pissed off everybody. At least Pakistan's how do you say it? Zindabad?
It's called Zindabad. Zindabad means long live.
Zindabad. Pakistan Zindabad Andes weren't yelling at me. Now they're yelling at me too.
Yeah.
My life for Pakistan, chatters. You know this. Okay.
Yeah. This is so stupid.
Okay.
Now you see the kind of brain rot that I have to deal with.
No,
regularly.
It's awesome. It's dope. I love it. It's like Balkan chatters. It's exactly like Balkan chatters.
I've said this before. It's like Balkan. This is like if Balkan chatters are like turned up times 10.
Oh yeah, it's worse.
It's worse than it's way worse.
Because at least the Balkan chatters don't have a caste system. Like, it's ethnic conflict, it's religious conflict, and there's hundreds of years of history. But at least they don't have a caste structure on top of that.
Oh yeah, and also like Pakistan also has a caste structure. Like every nation in the subcontinent has some sort of caste structure. Sri Lanka has it. India has it. Pakistan also has it, but it operates obviously very differently depending on the country and depending on the region. But every caste
someone said you're wrong. Albania is on the bottom of the caste. Yeah. Okay. Fair.
That's awesome. There's also Indian Muslim politicians. There's a guy called Asaduddin Owaisi, who was literally like yelling. He had like does anyone have that link of Asaduddin Owaisi? Literally going up and yelling like Hindustan Zindabad, Pakistan Murdabad. Right? Murdabad means death to. Owaisi is a.
So there is a broader Indian nationalism though, like that goes beyond Hindutva fascism, that is very scary because it feels like it feels like they're emboldened and galvanized through like state versus state violence. So they've been able to reframe the conflict not against like Hindus versus Muslims, but instead to India versus Pakistan.
Yes. I mean, that's the thing. So the thing with Indian civic nationalism, as a lot of people call it, or is just Indian liberalism, right? So basically, like Indian liberalism has always been, basically pro-Indian state no matter what when it comes to issues like Kashmir, right? Like Kashmir is like the one issue you cannot really or Pakistan for that matter. You cannot you really cannot question like even in the wake of the Pahalgam attacks, the way Indian liberals basically framed the entire discussion was, hey, why was there such a security breach? Which is correct, right? It's a correct thing to question, right? Why was there such a security breach in Pahalgam?
No, that's why I think that's why I have a tinfoil. My tinfoil conspiracy is that Pakistan and China have too sweet of a deal, and that America wanted. I mean, I'm making this up. This is wee speculation.
I don't think America's involved in this.
I think I think they were like, yeah, get in there, do some crazy shit, and then they were like, India, go ahead, India Zindabad, fuck them up. I'm false flag pilled.
Instead of Hindustan Zindabad, you might hear Jai Hind. Jai Hind. Or like if you really want to turn up the fascist, you can say Bharat Mata Ki Jai.
What does that mean? Bharat Mata Ki Jai?
Bharat Mata Ki Jai is long live or victory to Mother India, basically.
Okay.
Bharat Mata means Mother India. Jai means victory. So victory to Mother India.
Okay. Chatters are actually getting mad at me for saying, this is not about you, man. Please talk about the issue, then go. You're so unserious, really losing credibility. Actually, they might be yelling at you, not me. I don't know. I thought they were yelling at me.
I mean, let them yell at me. It's fine.
Everything is not about America.
I mean, I got called a DMK agent, so let them. Like, it's fine.
Anyway,
been called.
Yeah. Okay. So it's not. You don't think it's America related. You think it's just like tuned up fundamentalists that did this. And India is striking without.
I have a conspiracy theory of my own.
All right, let's hear yours.
So recently, this is, I don't know if there's any proven basis in this, but very recently, there's, I mean, over like the past several years, there's been a push for a caste census in India, right? And the reason that caste census is super important is that, so like I mentioned earlier, the way Hindutva operates is that it basically relies on Brahmins are like 5% of the population, something like that. Upper castes are maybe like 10 to 20% of the population, but they have all the fucking power, right? You look at the media, you look at the judicial system. I think, I don't remember the statistics off the top of my head, but I think over the past 3 years, it was like 97% of high court appointees was like, they were UC, they were from the general category, right? Something like that. I'm probably fudging the numbers a little bit, right? I'm a Hindu supremacist.
Okay, keep going.
Okay, yeah. So basically, so the way Hindutva works is that it buries the reality that there's a disproportionate representation of upper castes in both like the government, right? In power, the media, and basically all the main reigns of power that exist in India, right? So that's the actual reality, right? And especially if you look under the British, right, and you look at the Madras presidency, Tamil Brahmins made up 3% of the population, but they held, depending on the occupation, anywhere from 50 to like 90% of the jobs. So it's always been a huge problem in India, and it's still a problem, right? Now, the thing is, the Hindutva wants to completely bury this. They want to completely bury this reality because their goal is to eradicate Muslims and Christians and and communists as well. Those are the three groups of people that it was Golwalkar or Savarkar said that need to be eliminated. But in order for them to do that, they need to create this idea of a unified Hindu, demographic that never existed, by the way. Hinduism was never a unified religion. What happened was when the British came, a lot of their advisors were Brahmins. And so the Brahmins basically told the British, hey, the books that we wrote, the Dharma Shastras and the Shastras, the Smrtis and all of that, this is what's called Hindu law, right? We're going to call this Hindu law. So in order to make the British administration of the subcontinent much easier, they basically lumped everyone that wasn't Muslim and that wasn't Christian as Hindus, right? And that also included Sikhs for a while, right? Now going back to this, right? So Hindutva wants to basically unify these very disparate groups of castes into one demographic called Hindus. And they want to weaponize this Hindu, demographic against Muslims, right? But this, broad coalition of like roughly 1 billion people relies on the majority of the population not understanding their caste position in society, right? There's an India Inc. video that I want to pull up, right? And these guys are, if you are learning about India politics, right? These are, this is a must watch. Like these guys are, hold on a second, let me pull this up. This is an absolute must watch. You have to watch this. This is your first intro to the caste system. You actually have to watch this because this will give you how we got here in terms of like Hindutva. So basically the long story short is that they invent this idea of a Hindu majority, not the Hindu nationalists per se, but these Brahmins that were the advisors of the British, they invent this idea of a Hindu majority, and the Hindutva crowd wants to basically weaponize this against Muslims. Now, the fatal flaw in that is if everyone realizes, if most of the people in India realize that they're being fucked over by the upper castes, right? That they're just being used by the upper caste. And one way of indicating that, one way of collecting data and showing that to the broader population is through the caste census, is through collecting caste data through the Indian census, right? Because that way, people are able, the government collects how much land, how much power, or what the representation of government jobs each and every single broad category of caste actually has. And the idea behind that is when the OBCs, scheduled castes who are the Dalits, the most oppressed caste, and the Adivasis, once they find out that they're being constantly fucked over, that they have zero representation, they have no land whatsoever, then they're basically going to rebel against the upper castes. So now Modi just recently released, they recently said, hey, we're going to implement the caste census after a lot of political pressure. Now, my conspiracy theory is that this is a diversion tactic. This is a diversion tactic from that. That's my conspiracy theory.
So he's using the terror attack as an opportunity.
Yes.
To move the discourse away and unite India, no caste, just even Muslims alongside Hindus. Like we're one united India, attacking against a nation that has consistently done terror attacks inside of India. And that's the justification.
Yeah, it's mind fucking. I know.
Okay, well, it's very late here, so I have one last question for you. Where do you see this going? Especially considering you might have gotten it wrong last time, in terms of like, it won't escalate that much.
I have no idea. I have no idea where this is going to go. I'm not going to make any predictions.
Okay, so we need China to come in and quash the tensions.
I don't know if China's going to help, considering they also have tensions with India. But
Yeah,
we'll
they need to occupy Kashmir in its entirety. That's what I think. No, I'm just kidding. It's not. I'm not saying that seriously. Nobody clip
Dude,
that.
The Kashmiris are going to get pissed off at you for that.
I know. That was a joke. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not being serious at all about that. Okay. Well, thank you, Arun, for coming on.
All right, man.
And
Anytime.
explaining your theories. Love to have you on as always.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm gonna go to sleep now because I'm dying. It's 5 hours in, and it's 1 p.m. 1 a.m. here. Aruna now, everybody. If you can learn more about this stuff from him, he's Tamil Hasanabi. He used to be Indian Hasanabi. Now he's Tamil Hasanabi.
Yeah. I mean, I was the Indian Hasanabi because I couldn't explain like what Tamil was to people, but now India's like engaged. Now India's rep is so in the toilet that I'd much rather try and explain to people what Tamil actually is rather than.
I feel you. All right. Well, have a good one, dude.
You too, man. Take it easy.
All right, bye. All right, everybody. I try my best to go beyond one. No, Tam just went up in Pakistan? No. All right, well, I'll cover it tomorrow, okay? Hopefully I'll be live earlier tomorrow than this time. Because I'm friggin' dying right now. Anyway, love you guys. See you tomorrow. Peace, everybody.
All the shadows trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming.